earlier today.
Yeah, I got. As of a few days ago, yeah, through about 2:30.
Mike is my man. No log in on Zoom.
But I did that with the,
I have notes from it already.
me too. No, the last one. That's me, that was work. 19.
Oh, yeah, I did that. In person.
Sweet. Little less crowd tonight. Everybody's all at Zoom, on Zoom.
Okay, great. It's all right. I got, yeah. Yours is probably spelled right. Mine isn't. Yes, probably, yeah, mine are like spelled phonetically.
So I've said, your handwriting and your hands.
That's so cute.
Very bad.
Hmm.
Mine straight up.
Mine was readable until I went to college.
Right.
I was writing so fast.
As much as I want to create a giant hazard.
Yes.
Oh, why is this not?
Oh, yeah, sorry, all my stuff is like,
That's perfect. Thank you.
thanks, Corey. Thanks.
He's mostly left-handed. But he
Oh, sure.
Oh, you know. It's kind of a right-handed world.
Okay. Yeah.
I have got my hands on a left-handed crescent wrench before.
So
It's been the wrong direction.
I'm not doing anything, sigh. My dog does the same thing. Oh, nothing to do. Oh, it's now 5:30. It's now 5:30 on April 27th, 2023. So I'll go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Deschutes County Planning Commission. We'll go ahead and start with our first item on the agenda, which is the approval of minutes from March 30th. Does anyone want to make a motion regarding these minutes?
I move that the minutes are approved as written.
I second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that the minutes from March 30th, 2023 are approved as written. Is there any deliberation on this motion?
I have no comment.
All right, then we'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Cyrus,
Aye.
Commissioner Altman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hopecamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford. And do we have anyone on Zoom? I think we may have Commissioner Kirby present on Zoom. Just take a moment and see if we can get her up here.
Hi, Chair. Due to absence, I will abstain from the vote tonight.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we, and I will also vote yes. So that gives us, the motion passes that the minutes are approved from March 30th, 2023. It's unanimous, with 6 voting yes and 1 abstaining. All right. There's our Commissioner Kirby. All right, we will now go on to public comment. So this is public comment about items not on the agenda. So I imagine many of you are probably here to make a comment about our mule deer winter range inventory update, which is the next item. At this time, are there any comments about things that are not on the agenda tonight? Anything else on your mind that you think you would like to bring to our attention? Yes, come on up. And also, if you could state your name and address for the record, that would be helpful.
Hi, I'm Susie Hart, and one of the things I've commented on once before when I was here is about public notices and the fact that I had called the Bend Bulletin to find out what their readership was, and it's only 2,000. So I wanted to emphasize again that I don't feel that's an appropriate place for it to be considered meeting the requirements of being posted in a newspaper that has general circulation. In the meantime, I did call the source to find out what their readership is. And I also asked them how they obtained that information, since they do not require paid subscribers. And they told me that they do an audit every year and that their readership is 150,000. So I just thought I'd bring that to the attention and request that from now on that meetings and hearings be posted in the source where more people would be likely to be aware. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We appreciate your comment. Are there any other comments about things not on the agenda this evening? Okay, and if you're on Zoom and you're listening, you have a comment about something not on the agenda, please raise your Zoom hand. If you're waiting to make a comment about the mule deer winter range, that's up next, so don't raise your Zoom hand just yet. Okay. There are a couple, seeing that there are a couple comments about things not on the agenda. Again, if it's about the mule deer winter range, please hold your comments for now. Otherwise, Ben, if you could elevate the first person up to a panelist, that would be helpful. And there's always a bit of a lag, by the way, when someone gets elevated. So they go into a void. The void. And soon they'll emerge from the void and we'll be able to hear what their comment is. In the meantime, I'll just say thank you everyone for being here tonight. It's really good to see people out, and I know we're all looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say. We learned a lot last time, but this is a public process, so we really appreciate that you guys are here. Okay, do you want to try the other person and then maybe, oh, just the one now, okay. Well, then maybe we will sort of maybe wait a little bit longer. Okay, so if you are the person on Zoom who wants to make a comment about the item not on the agenda, the other option you have is you can submit a comment in writing to us. And actually, this goes for everyone here. If you ever want to contact us, the best way to contact us is, I believe the email is planningcommission@deschutes.org. So just spelled exactly how it sounds, planningcommission@deschutes.org. Some people occasionally want to know how do you get in touch with me, or how do you get in touch with the other commissioners? Anytime you send an email to the county, they will forward it to us, but we even have our own special email address. And that way you can ensure that everybody on the Planning Commission gets to read the information you're submitting, not just me or not just, whoever on the Planning Commission. So, all right, so Ben, still nothing? Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on to our action items. The first item on our agenda tonight is the continued public hearing for the mule deer winter range inventory update. So I think we've had a recent development. We received a memorandum from our legal counsel, Stephanie Marshall, who's here this evening. And I was wondering, Stephanie, if you wouldn't mind maybe just summarizing or making some comments about the memorandum for kind of bring everyone into the loop here.
Yes, thank you. Chair Kiris, this is Stephanie Marshall, Assistant Legal Counsel. And I did prepare a memorandum, which is in the record. I hate to take up too much time to read it into the record, and so I will not do that. It's 4 pages and onto the 5th page, 2 sentences. Primarily what this addresses is participation on matters outside of Planning Commission meetings, and county legal was asked to prepare this memorandum because of submissions into the record recently. And so I will just kind of state at the outset that a lot of this legal memorandum, which was not just prepared by me, it was prepared by my staff, by not my staff, by the whole office. It relies heavily on the Planning Commission Policies and Procedure Manual. I did print out a copy, but it is available online. And that's at deschutes.org/CD/page planning-commission. And at the bottom of that page, if you navigate to that, there are supporting documents. And so this is the last one that is attached. So if you have questions or you want to read more about the context of some of the pages that I've cited out of the manual, that's why I bring it to everybody's attention. So so I will read the first paragraph and then I'll try to quickly summarize. County Legal has been requested to provide general written guidance to the commission regarding participation in matters that are before the commission for consideration during times and in manners that are outside of noticed planning commission meetings. Examples of outside participation may include advocacy activities such as organizing, attending, and or speaking at meetings, and public outreach in a manner that could be perceived as advocacy for or against proposed legislation that's before the commission for consideration. I will note that the Planning Commission is a citizen advisory body, and the Planning Commission is not the final decision maker, but this process is very important to the entire process from start to finish. And everybody that's here tonight, I want to echo the thank you for being here. Because these comments, this is the first layer of consideration before the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. So I'm just going to pull out a couple of statements that are, like I said, pulled from the Policies and Procedures Manual. And on page 26 of this manual, it says, according to the Oregon Ethics Guide for Public Officials, a public office is a public trust. Planning issues commonly involve a conflict of values, and often there are significant private interests at stake. These accentuate the necessity for the highest standards of fairness and honesty among all participants. And then it cites the Oregon Government Ethics Law, a guide for public officials. Again, I'm going to spare you all the detailed reading of this memorandum. The next section that I highlighted, or I put a header on, is conflict of interest and bias. I did address this before the Planning Commission, I believe about 6 weeks ago, and that memorandum has been presented to the Planning Commission and is also available as a public document. And so I referenced back to that, but then I found a good quote on page 11 of the manual that acknowledges that opinions come into play. I mean, it's kind of hard to separate ourselves from what goes on in our lives outside of the room, off of the dais, and what have you. So since legislative matters affect policy or a broad area, and individuals' rights are handled differently from a quasi-judicial process. So quasi-judicial is like before the hearings officer when you're deciding whether to grant or approve an application for a specific part of land. Legislative is different. I'm available for questions if anybody has some on that, because I'm trying to be efficient here. There are no limits on ex parte contact when you're sitting as a legislative body. So there is no time set aside for ex parte declarations at the commencement of the hearing. While the statewide planning goals and statutes apply to many legislative matters, criteria are not as central to these hearings as they are when you're sitting in a quasi-judicial matter. And so quasi-judicial, you don't want to be contacted by anybody outside of when you're hearing the matter. The correct policy is what matters, not whether a criterion is satisfied. Decision maker opinions in this arena are acceptable and even expected. Formal statutes governing conflicts of interest, as well as general principles discouraging members of the Planning Commission to be influenced by bias, still matter, however. So that's a real inexact way of saying there is a line. It's hard to describe what that line is or say this is definitely where that line is. there is more leeway when you're sitting as a legislative body than if you were quasi judicial. But we still, the law still expects that that if you have a conflict of interest, which was covered in my prior memo and touched on here, that be disclosed, and that that a planning commissioner recuse themselves if they would be influenced by that conflict. All right, I have one more part to read, and then I'm going to acknowledge two more sections. There is an appendix to the manual, Appendix A, that provides a kind of more detailed description of both actual and perceived conflicts of interest. A conflict of interest is a contradiction between an individual's personal interest and his or her public duty. Such conflicts can exist whether or not money is involved, and whether the conflict is actual or only perceived. Questions about conflict of interest are part of the larger due process considerations concerning the impartiality of the planning board or commission. Such conflicts, such conflicts threaten the right of applicants to receive a fair hearing and decision. To avoid conflicts, the planning commissioner must maintain independence, neutrality, and objectivity in an environment of often competing interests. So the next two sections of my memo address First Amendment rights, because obviously we all as citizens of the United States have a right, a freedom of speech and a freedom of assembly. So I'm just going to acknowledge that and move on. And then there is also the other part of the memo that we addressed, the legal department addressed, is statewide planning goal 1, which is citizen involvement. And the planning commission is a very important part of ensuring that the county complies with statewide planning goal 1. And there's lots of policies and goals in the comprehensive plan, which I've quoted in my memorandum. The overall consideration is that that we allow for meaningful public participation, and the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan encourages that members of the public trust the process and have a sense that their voices will be heard and considered. So these are kind of the policies that are behind why citizen involvement is the very first statewide planning goal. And then I've got one more quote to read for everybody. And then, like I said, these are all available online and in the record. All right, so referring to goal 1, the manual on pages 29 through 30 states, citizens can make their greatest contributions to the planning process when they understand the system, how staff handles questions at the planning department, and how planning commissioners conduct meetings can contribute to public understanding. So again, you know, the overall goal here is to allow for a fair process, that everybody believes that they have the right and opportunity to be heard. And to the extent that there are biases, you know, and this is a self-policing element for the commissioners, you know, if you believe internally that you can't listen to the evidence and hear the testimony in a way that you can, you know, kind of put those aside, then, you know, then you get to make that call. And if you make that call, you can decide to recuse yourself. I can't, as legal counsel, I cannot direct any person whether or not to recuse themselves. And I will acknowledge that there are some comments in the record on that question. So I think I'll leave it there so we can get to the heart of the matter, but I am up here so that you can ask me any questions if you have any.
Yeah. So given that there's been, as you said, a couple of comments regarding this issue, I was hoping we could take a moment to hear from each of our commissioners, just maybe say a few words about what, if any, involvement with the issue of our mule deer winter range you've had outside of these meetings. So obviously you're all here at the meetings and very involved and very much participating in the issue, but it'd be nice if you could say, like, if you've done anything outside of these meetings. And let's go ahead and start with Commissioner Kirby here on Zoom. If you can comment on that, that would be great.
Sure. And I'll comment, and then I apologize, but I will have to leave in about 15 minutes. I've got parental care responsibilities that I had not anticipated that came up that are going to pull me away from this meeting, but I will be watching the video later. So I have had no involvement related to the mule deer winter range inventory update other than hearing and reading the submitted testimony related to this update. I would like to state for the record that my impartiality on this topic remains wholly intact, and I have no conflicts of interest to disclose and no bias to disclose. And I just want to let the public know that I will review this video recording and commit to fully reviewing the public record in its entirety prior to deliberating on this topic.
There's a chuckle because you paused for a moment and then it all came out at once. So if you're hearing a chuckle, that's why.
Sorry.
Otherwise, I think everyone took what you had to say very seriously.
I'm a fast talker, but probably not in the way that it came out.
Excellent. Okay, Commissioner Williams, could you go next?
I would second Commissioner Kirby's statement. I have no involvement. I have no property rights with regard to the winter range mule deer inventory.
Okay, Commissioner Cyrus?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, first of all, I did disclose previous that I do own property that could be affected by this if it passes. But also, excuse me, it was brought to my attention that a couple of individuals have expressed concerns regarding my discussions of the mule deer overlays outside the official commission proceedings. As an appointed member of the Planning Commission, which is the county's official citizen advisory panel, I consider it part of my job description to make myself available to the people I represent and encourage their participation in the public process. To that end, I have posted notices of county meetings and hearings on social media sites, attended the county public meeting, and fielded numerous phone calls from concerned citizens. I have explained the proposal as well as the process of getting involved and making their voices heard. I was invited to and attended 2 meetings of individuals who were opposed to the proposal and 1 meeting with representatives of the Oregon Hunters Association who have testified in favor of this proposal. In all cases, I did not organize nor direct the meetings. I listened to the concerns and offered information on how those concerned citizens could participate in the process to make their voices heard. My goal in this process is to help make sure everyone is heard and that the commission has all of the relevant information in order to make the best possible recommendations. To that end, I have asked lots of questions of the ODFW and gotten very few answers. In fact, the refusal to answer the question related to cougar numbers at the last hearing forced me to search out the answers I was looking for and to collaborate with others to try to get the facts related to this issue. I found a lot of great information, including both the 2006 and 2017 cougar management plans, which give those numbers and detail cougar management objectives, which are not being followed. I also found it a very interesting study on deer interactions with both rural populations and coyotes, and a study on public trail impacts on deer. The information I discovered was very informative and has convinced me that this whole wildlife overlay process is nothing but a distraction and diversion from the real issues that threaten our mule deer populations. I have submitted my findings.
You got to be careful because you're entering into deliberation territory and providing testimony, and this actually is an opportunity to just disclose any involvement that you've had outside of the meetings. But you should submit all of that into the record.
I was just concluding with that I have submitted all of my research and study into the record.
Excellent. We're glad it's in the record, and I hope everyone will take the time to read that and consider it carefully. It's just that we can't actually be doing that up here right now.
Right.
For members of the public, just to understand, like, as planning commissioner, we're actually not allowed to disclose our thoughts and feelings about the amendment at this time. We have to actually wait until the hearing's closed and then deliberate about that formally.
And you have also indicated that we were to enter everything into the record for
Exactly.
deliberation in the future.
Exactly right. Yes, we're supposed to submit our written comments into the record rather than trying to influence or describe our opinions from up here to you all.
I was just pointing out that that information has been entered into the record.
I'm awesome. Thank you.
That's
I'm looking forward to reading it. Commissioner Altman, can you go next?
Thank you. I actually have a prepared statement also. First, I want to thank everybody for your participation. No matter what side of the issue you're on, I'm very happy that you're all here and you're taking the time out of your days to say your piece and have your testimony. In a recent public hearing prior to this, I declared that I had donated funds in the past to Central Oregon Land Watch. I disclosed that information because Land Watch was the applicant in a proposed text amendment change. Land Watch is not a specific party to this proposal, aside from having the freedom and ability to make their own testimony, as is available to all members of the public. I want to be clear that since I was appointed to the Planning Commission in 2020, I have not donated any money to Land Watch because I never wanted there to be any perceived conflict of interest. In the matter in front of the Planning Commission tonight, I can emphatically say that I have no conflict of interest. Neither I nor anybody in my family has any real property or financial interest in the proposed zoning change and related text amendments. I don't know anyone at Land Watch personally, and again, I have not donated money to them since becoming a planning commissioner. I have not engaged in any Land Watch meetings, gatherings, or community events, nor have I spoken to anyone at Land Watch. I have no role in advocating for or against any issue as it regards to Land Watch or any other groups who may testify for or against this proposal. I do not participate in any related outside matters outside of the Planning Commission meetings. I am able to hear testimony and participate in the deliberation process objectively and free from bias.
Okay, I'll go next. I mentioned last time I live on property that is in the area that will be affected by this amendment. And I also don't perceive any difficulty being unbiased. It's a very small piece of property. And I just don't think that it will influence me in any way, shape, or form. Vice Chair Hoofkamp?
Appreciate council's detailed memo and presentation here tonight. Thanks for that. And certainly appreciate language to the effect of the importance of maintaining the highest standards of ethical conduct to help ensure the public trust in our proceedings and in our recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. I have no conflict in this matter, actual or perceived. I'm confident in my ability to use your wording, Counselor, to proceed with independence, neutrality, and objectivity. I can and will hear this matter with impartiality. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Crawford.
Short and sweet, I am 100% neutral on this topic. I have not met with any outside groups at any time discussing mule deer. And I am very open-eared.
Excellent. Okay, so Stephanie Marshall,
Yes.
given everything you've just heard, is there any reason why we can't proceed with public comment at this time?
I do not believe so. I think that that should the commission choose to do so, then yes, I believe we can proceed.
Okay, great. So I'll turn it over to Tanya Saltzman, our senior planner, to present briefly on this proposed amendment.
Briefly, huh?
Sorry, no rush, but we're looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say.
Thank you, Chair Karas. For the record, Tanya Saltzman, Senior Planner. I am going to do a brief presentation. I'm just curious how many people in the room have been present for either the last hearing or any of the information sessions by a show of hands, just curiosity. Okay, so many of you have heard a lot of this before, so I will make an effort to keep everything quite short. For people who are looking for more information on the proposal, it is available online. It's also available on the video of this of the previous hearing from April 13th. If Ben, could you queue up my PowerPoint, please? Thanks. All right, so this is a continuation of a public hearing for the mule deer inventory update amendments. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, okay, good, thanks. That's file number 247-23000144TA. Now this is a hybrid hearing. I'm not going to go through all of the procedures and the disclosures and all of that, but I just want to make a few things clear. This is a hybrid hearing. We're going to have both the Zoom and in-person testimony, and Chair Karas will manage that. If you're testifying in person, it's okay.
I was trying to join the meeting so I could
Join
see
the
who's on
Zoom.
Zoom, but
Please fill out a blue sheet that's available. You probably all already did, but it's available outside the doors, and you can hand them to Dan. Dan is from our planning staff. He'll be managing the testimony today, similar to what Will Groves did last hearing. So for the in-person people, he'll be queuing people up 2 at a time at this table and that table. And then when one of the 2 people have completed their testimony, he'll call out the next person. And that's just an effort to get everything kind of moving fairly smoothly. And for both the in-person and Zoom, and more important for the Zoom, and this is important. Oop, I did not do that. Please state your first and last name and either your address, your mailing address, or your email. Please state that very clearly. If we don't hear you and we can't write it down, you will not receive notices. And please write clearly if you're writing on a blue sheet. So I know that sounds silly, but it's very important for us as we're trying to keep our records. So thank you. There will be a 3-minute limit per party. We're going to have a timer going that Dan will also manage. Thanks, Dan. So if you hear noises, that's not you. That is his phone telling you that has been approximately 3 minutes. And we will make an effort to do that for the Zoom testimony as well. And lastly, we would like, this should go without saying, but an orderly and respectful hearing. And that just refers to being mindful of your time limits, trying to keep crowd noise to a minimum, just keep everything moving efficiently and respectfully. For the remote participants to testify, you'll have to do so by using Zoom. You'll use the raise hand feature to notify the chair that you'd like to testify. And staff, Dan, will queue 2 people at a time, just like the in-person. So he'll elevate your status from attendee to panelist. And as the chair noted, sometimes there's a lag, or there is always a lag when you get promoted to panelist. You kind of disappear for a few seconds, so don't panic. And then you will come back. Sometimes in certain cases, Zoom will ask you if you want to be promoted to a panelist. So please keep an eye on your computer to look for that alert so we can manage that properly. To do that on a computer, you'll press the raise hand button. To do that through dial-in through the telephone, you'll press *9. Hopefully that should work out well, and we'll keep an efficient flow of testimony. The notices and the record materials, those of you who've been here before, you can probably recite the website as well as I can, www.deschutes.org/muledeer. That contains all of the supporting documents, the draft amendments, the maps, the background, links to the previous phase, and the record, which contains all of the comments, agency testimony, et cetera, all of our notices. I'll also note for people who provided testimony to me within the last several hours, it's not going to be up there yet because I've been here. So it'll probably take about a day or so for those last bits to make it up to the website, but we will send you a confirmation that that's been received. And as always, those testimony materials can be sent to me at tanya.saltzman@deschutes.org. All right, that's all the housekeeping stuff. Now I'll just briefly go over the proposal. It's not going to be in as much detail as during the last hearing. So the proposal creates a new combining zone, which is essentially an overlay zone. It's called the 2023 Mule Deer Winter Range Combining Zone, otherwise known as WAMD. This is going to be addressed in a new chapter of code, Deschutes County Code 18.91. The existing wildlife area combining zone, which has been in place since around 1992, that's chapter 18.88. That's unchanged, both in the area that covers as well as the regulations governing that area. So this is a separate proposal, separate zoning chapter, separate blobs on the map. The proposal also includes some supporting text amendments that are mostly clerical in nature. It adds the zone to the list of combining zones in the code. It adds descriptive text in the comprehensive plan to describe this process. And it adds legislative history in the comprehensive plan and the Deschutes County Code, just acknowledging what was done and when it was, or when it may be done. Oh, this is. All right, this is slightly different proposal than I saved. This is an overview of the map that covers the proposed mule deer area. And I know it's very hard to read, but the blue is the proposed mule deer winter range, and the orange is the existing wildlife area combining zone. You can zoom in on that on the website, deschutes.org/mule deer. You can pan around on that and enter your address and zoom in on that. The proposed regulations, an overview. Properties of less than 20 acres in residential zones with an existing dwelling or existing fencing, it's unaffected. Generally, this means because you can't divide your property any further, so the proposed land division standards would not apply. Conditional use and site plan reviews would trigger fencing standards. New buildings would trigger siting standards. That's generally referring to a required distance to a road. It has to be within, currently the proposal is it has to be within 300 feet of a public road, private road, or an easement. Land divisions and partitions trigger dimensional standards. New commercial uses that are listed in the code, they trigger different sets of applicable standards. Those are various combinations of either seasonal limitations on the outside uses, siting standards, or locational and size standards. And those of you who have participated in previous meetings recall those very tiny tables that I provided. And those are the lists of conflicting uses that ODFW has identified. Those are commercial uses, and those are the ones that would be subject to these potential seasonal siting or locational and size regulations. And I'll also note that copies of the draft code are available on the table over there if you want to drill into the code. Farming activities are not listed in those commercial uses and are unaffected. And I'll reiterate this in a moment. And lastly, all standards have alternative options. This means you can consult with ODFW for alternatives to this, for instance, the siting standards or the locational standards. If there's an option that provides equal or better habitat, this is a possibility. So these amendments aim to have discretionary and non-discretionary options. I just want to clarify something. This came up in the last hearing and some of the testimony we received regarding farm activities. The proposed regulations have exemptions for farm activities for most criteria, and I want to make that very clear. Farming and agricultural uses are not subject to seasonal limitations. The only things that are subject to seasonal limitations in the proposal are a set of commercial uses, things like veterinary clinics and dog kennels and things like that, but there's no farm uses listed in that. Building siting standards, those for buildings accessory to farm uses, exempt. They are not applicable. And the fencing standards. If you have a farm, you're not expected to comply with the proposed fencing standards. Oh, that is an old proposal. I'm sorry. I mean, an old presentation. What I meant to say there, that is confusing. I'm sorry.
Anu, can I
yes.
stop you for a second?
Of course.
There is a question from Commissioner Cyrus.
Sure. You mentioned that the buildings accessory to farm, does that include hardship and or employee housing?
I believe, and this might be a better question for Peter or Will, I think it's for farm use, specifically farm use, so barns and things like that.
Okay, so the siting standards and all the other rules would apply to, like you say, hardship dwellings and or employee.
It's my understanding that
Okay,
it would.
thanks.
Yeah, and I will circle back on that one to you. And this is just to reiterate that this is a draft proposal. The draft is a starting point. This is why we're here. It represents a set of options that's based on the structure that the Oregon administrative rules have set up for us in terms of how we would go ahead with an update to a Goal 5 inventory and the process that's outlined in those OARs. So the public input that we're receiving today, that we've been receiving throughout this process, the Planning Commission recommendation, and ultimately the Board of County Commissioners will determine how these options are utilized. So how we're turning those dials with the regulations. Do we want them to be more restrictive, less restrictive, a combination of all of that for different uses? So this is just representing a starting point. As far as the process and the next steps, after this hearing, depending on the Planning Commission's druthers, they can continue the hearing to a date certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And for some reason, I have a slightly older copy of my presentation here, and there was a slide just saying that in our previous hearing, we received about, I think it was about 45 people provided testimony in person, which is fantastic. We know that there were people waiting on the Zoom, so we're going to get to them today. And to date, at about midday today, we've received about 160 written comments, which is also fantastic. They're all available on that website. When it comes time to deliberate, staff will provide the Planning Commission with a summary of those comments and kind of overarching themes and things like that. The other thing that has been omitted in my presentation because of gremlins, I will note that there's a few themes that arise concerning the biology of it and the data of things. There were questions for ODFW. ODFW has really helpfully compiled a frequently asked questions sheet, or sort of a, responses to questions that have been arising throughout the process. That's posted on the project website. There's also copies over there next to the proposed code. I hope people find it helpful. It addresses a lot of the common themes that have been repeated throughout this process. And yeah, so that's available for everybody. And that's my staff contact. So if you would like to provide additional testimony to me, you can reach me at tanyasaltzman@deschutes.org. And hopefully that was brief enough. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Please do write down Tanya's email address in case there's questions that come up for you after the meeting, or that you don't feel are addressed today. That way we can make sure that you have all of the information that you need to decide how you feel about this. All right, so a couple things before we get started with hearing testimony. Again, we will limit comment to 3 minutes. There's a timer that's going to sound from Dan over here. And if you're on Zoom and you're listening, we don't know yet if you'll be able to hear that timer nice and clear. So if you continue to speak after a few more seconds after that, I will actually just go ahead and verbally interrupt you. I'll probably raise my hand first, so you kind of know that that's coming, but I'll just assume people can't hear the timer if you continue to speak afterwards. We're only going to be accepting 1 comment per person. So if you've already given a comment and you've thought of something else that you'd like to say that you didn't include in your first comment, we really would like to hear that. But please go ahead and submit that in the written record. That way we can make sure that we hear from everybody, at least just to hear from everybody orally who wants to speak once. And again, please do submit any other thoughts that you have in the written record. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, please go ahead.
I would just like to note that we also have Corey Heath here from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife right behind me. So Andrew was unable to make it today, and Corey knows it all as well. So he's no pressure, but he is available to answer questions from the commission as well.
Oh, thank you. So what we're going to do is go ahead and there are a couple people here who were present here last time and filled out a blue sheet because they wanted to give a comment. By the time we got to their name, they had actually had other commitments and had to leave. So we're actually going to start with those 2 people. I'm not sure if they're here. Mimi Balke and John Racier. Are either of you here tonight? Okay. So if you guys are on Zoom, raise your Zoom hands, just in case you're on Zoom. Last time we actually heard from everyone who submitted a blue comment that was here in person. We wanted to do in person first because we realize it takes more time to get down here, to sit here present through the meeting. So we wanted to do the in-person people first. Unfortunately, what that meant is that we didn't get to anybody on Zoom at all. And we are offering a Zoom participation option at this time. And so in order to make sure that people who are choosing to participate that way do get heard, we're going to do our Zoom participants first tonight, and then we're going to move on to our in-person participants. In the event that we don't hear from everyone who wants to give a comment, I will be strongly encouraging yet again my commission to entertain a motion to extend the comment period for another meeting, because it's really important that we hear from everyone. All right, so if you want to comment and you're on Zoom, what you're going to do is raise your Zoom hand. There's a little button you can press that says raise hand. You're going to click that button and just keep that raised until you have a chance to comment. We're going to have you elevated to a panelist so you can speak. And then when you're the next person on deck, you're also going to be elevated to a panelist. And Ben and Dan are over there, and they're going to announce the next person. So when you hear your name, then that means it's your turn. If you guys here in person would like to comment tonight, if you haven't already, please fill out one of those blue sheets and give it to Dan or Peter. Give it to Peter, sitting right there in the white shirt. And that will help us queue you up for the in-person section. And then as Tanya noted, we have a representative from ODFW here. If there's questions for ODFW, please include your question in your comment. And then Corey Heath here and Tanya will both be taking notes on what the questions are, so that right around 8:20 or 8:30, we'll have an opportunity, or whenever we conclude the public hearing, we'll have an opportunity for them to address your questions all together, rather than going back and forth throughout the evening. All right. So finally, please no boos or applauses. We want to make this an environment where it's comfortable for everybody to speak, regardless of what their opinion might be. And sometimes there's too much enthusiasm that can make people feel a little bit uncomfortable. And so we want to keep this orderly. And if you have things you want to talk about amongst each other, please feel free to step out in the hall. All right, so let's proceed with our public comment on Zoom. Do we have any Zoom hands raised? Okay, and I'll turn it over to you, Dan, to announce the next person to speak.
Thank you, Chair Karras. And in the event we have a timer malfunction, maybe I'll just wave a blue card at you.
That sounds great. I'll be keeping track as well, but it's helpful to have that in case I forget to stop my watch.
So up first, we'll have Tumlo Girl, followed by Elise Wolf.
Okay.
Tumlo Girl, it looks like you need to unmute yourself on your end.
And also, if you guys are able to have on the screen the person speaking, and so we can see them, that would be helpful too. If you can switch to that view. And another reminder to everybody, when it's your turn to speak on Zoom, please do state your name and either your physical address or your email address, wherever you'd like to receive correspondence regarding this matter. Please state it as clearly and slowly as you can, so that the staff can hear you and you can continue to be kept up to date on this matter.
Okay. Looks like Tumlo Girl logged off, so we'll start with Elise Wolf, and
Okay.
on deck will be
Okay.
Abby S.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Elise Wolf.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Elise Wolf. I live in Sisters, Oregon. My address is P.O. Box 3500, number 409, Sisters, Oregon, 97759. We own a 40-acre conservation property in the original wildlife overlay combining zone. We are very concerned about the stability and health of the migrating mule deer that cross our property to access their winter ranges. We have lived in Central Oregon for 26 years, and in the last 12 years, we've lived in the migration zone, and we have seen the herds lessen in numbers and the health of the deer decline. I am a professional wildlife rehabilitator, so I am keenly observant of animal behavior and knowledgeable about wildlife. We support the comments already submitted by others in support of the zone, so I will only address a couple of primary concerns. In testimony to the committee, and generally, we hear a substantial and concerning lack of understanding and knowledge about what wildlife need to survive generally and in Central Oregon. We would like to add the following information to the record. The new zone is meant to support Central Oregon deer in general. It is not a referendum on how deer perish or die. The zone simply seeks to preserve as open spaces for our migrating populations of deer. We hope the committee looks seriously at who this zone will really affect. Many of the property rights comments are from those whose properties would be excluded from adherence to the zone. The primary goal of the proposed zone is to protect winter food resources and habitat for the deer. When ODFW says forage, what they mean is food. This zone is meant to help protect food resources and habitat. All animals need food to survive. Large grassy lawns and golf courses are simply not enough, nor are they quality forage. Lack of food results in deer death and adults and fawns in the spring. Lack of food weakens the animal and their babies during pregnancy and after birth. Deer have suffered from exponential county and city growth in Central Oregon in the last 30 years. All of this growth has resulted in substantial habitat loss and changes in migration patterns. Habitat offers hiding places called cover by ODFW and protection from the elements and safety from predators. The new zone puts very simple protections in to preserve habitat and food for migrating deer. The zone excludes many, if not most, properties in the zone. Multiple and broad exceptions are allowed. Society constantly makes choices to fit with new science and to adapt. Today, we are realizing that our mule deer are in peril. As a society, we are ethically bound to care for the wildlife that we impact on a daily basis. I will submit more detailed comments by email. Thank you for this opportunity.
This is the most perfect timing. All right, let's go ahead and hear from the next person. Abby S.
Abby S. On deck. Renda Clark.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. My name is Abigail Stockcamp. I live at 60204 Navajo Road, Bend, Oregon. Oh, I can start video as well. My bad. Good evening, planning commissioners. Thank you for hosting this discussion for stabilizing and increasing the mule deer population in Central Oregon. I am supportive of a healthy mule deer population in Central Oregon, but I am opposed to the proposed zone amendments and overlay expansion because it does not holistically address all the stressors causing mule deer decline. I majored in biology and used recent free time to collect mule deer research from other Western states to better understand the causes of mule deer decline and potential solutions. I was impressed with Colorado's response to declining mule deer population. In 2014, Colorado Parks and Wildlife implemented the West Slope Mule Deer Strategy, a holistic response to 7 key stressors causing mule deer decline. Since 2014, the estimated mule deer population in Colorado has increased from 390,000 to 420,000 as of 22. Montana also collected interesting research for key stressors causing a decline in mule deer population. In an article published in Montana Outdoors titled Monitoring Muleys, the mule deer population decline stems largely from a decrease in quality habitat available to mule deer in central and western Montana, caused mainly by the spread of conifer trees and competition from elk and whitetails. John Vore, chief of Montana Fish and Wildlife Parks, stated, quote, "The increase in conifers, elk, and whitetails in mule deer country is the new normal. We'll never have muley numbers in western Montana like we did in the 1980s unless we can magically change all that and make everything like it was 40 years ago," end quote. We should utilize research and lessons learned from other states to address our declining mule deer population. Yet, when Commissioner Altman asked Mr. Walsh to provide examples and studies other Western states are conducting, he could not provide any at the first public hearing. On April 20th, Mr. Walsh did submit a study into the public record authored by the same John Boer from Montana Fish and Wildlife Parks called Big Game Winter Range Recommendations for Subdivision Development in Montana, but that's all he submitted. There is a wealth of additional research out there, I found it, for helping mule deer population, but it feels like ODFW is either not aware of it or is not sharing it with the public, solely focused on land use regulations for private land owners as the only solution. I am drawing attention to this Montana study submitted by Dr. Walsh because it's identical to a study Central Oregon Land Watch submitted to the public record a week earlier on April 15th. It's common for supporters of Central Oregon Land Watch to copy and paste Central Oregon Land Watch suggested talking points into the public record, but I feel concerned seeing a government agency like ODFW submit identical documents that Central Oregon Land Watch used. Colorado's estimated mule deer population is increasing, and Montana's estimated mule deer population is unfortunately at its lowest since 2014. Should Central Oregon apply a more holistic approach to rehabilitating our mule deer population like Colorado? Or should we
Abby, I'm
follow?
not sure if you could hear the timer, but the timer just
Okay.
went off.
Great, thank you. I submitted this to the record, so you should be able to read all of it there.
Thank you very much. We
you.
appreciate it. Okay, let's hear
Brenda
from,
Clark on deck. Toby Bayard.
okay. Thank you. Let's hear from Ms. Clark.
Okay, there I am. Good evening, everyone. I'm not a biologist. Maybe I'll start with saying that. My husband and I moved to Bend, Oregon, after we retired 16 years ago. Bend reminded me of the wild places I grew up in New Mexico. I was immediately taken with the beauty of Bend, as well as the harmony we shared with our natural surroundings. As I grew to know and love these wild places and wildlife, I also saw the degradation caused by human beings' lack of awareness. No one can return Central Oregon to the way it was. However, I take responsibility for what I can do, and that is why I'm here tonight. I am asking the Deschutes County to protect habitat for the mule deer and prevent ongoing habitat fragmentation. The new mule deer winter range combining zone should improve the standards for mule deer to ensure their ability to survive and live in peace. Isn't that what we all want? We need only look at how many species have gone extinct under our watch to understand why this is important. The mule deer were here first. Expanding resorts or other development should be done in concurrence with agreement from Oregon Fish and Wildlife. They can bring the experience necessary to prevent habitat loss. If Deschutes County waives the required land use limitations for an applicant, then an alternative habitat mitigation plan must have ODFW approval. Their role should not be advisory. We all know what that means. Finally, I have a quote that pertains to this issue. Man's attitude toward nature is today critically important simply because we have now acquired a fateful power to alter and destroy nature. But man is part of nature, and his war against nature is inevitably a war against himself. We are challenged as mankind has never been challenged before to prove our maturity and our mastery, not of nature, but of ourselves. This is a quote from Rachel Carson, who is author of Silent Spring in 1964. Her book was the impetus for Earth Day. I'm glad Rachel's not here tonight. We can do better for the mule deer and ourselves. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Toby, you're up.
Brenda, could you state your
I'm sorry.
contact information?
Thank you for reminding my name is Rynda, which is RYNDA Clark @gmail.com.
Thanks very much.
Toby, you're up, followed by Ellie.
So I'm not seeing Toby here.
Sorry, I guess I was muted. Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay, should I start over?
Yes, please. Yeah, start with your name and address and
Sure, my
yeah,
name is Toby Bayard and my email is tobybayard@gmail.com. So Oregon's LCDC establishes procedures for local governments that require inventorying and evaluating Goal 5 resources, which include wildlife habitat of sensitive species. The mule deer population in the upper Deschutes Basin is a sensitive species, and it's declined by 33% in the last 5 years. ODFW has concluded that this decline is due to rapid development of large acre rural open space in Deschutes County. To stop this decline, land development in their winter range must be significantly reduced. And that is actually a statute, or ORS 660-023-0010. And it defines how local governments must comply with Goal 5. Deschutes County is considering a PAPA, it's a post-acknowledgement plan amendment to its acknowledged comp plan, including new land use regulations. And there's a statute that they have to comply with. Per Goal 5, Deschutes County must work with the ODFW to protect the mule deer winter range when they come down from the mountains to forage for food, to mate, and to give birth to their young. In the winter, mule deer need open space, grasslands with bushes and small trees to keep their species from becoming extinct in this area. And this is the same type of land that is being rapidly developed in our county. ODFW asked Deschutes County to adopt a new mule deer overlay zone and code changes to address land use in the overlay zone. And it recommends that land divisions in the zone have a minimum lot size of 40 acres for any new land divisions larger than 40 acres. And this lot size adheres to the best available research on preserving mule deer winter range habitat. Also, new land development must be within 300 feet of existing roads to limit sprawl, which greatly impacts the remaining mule deer winter range open space. Oregon's second fastest growing county is Deschutes. Only Crook is growing faster. The county's 2022 to 2023 $408 million budget acknowledges this astounding growth. It's a 6.5% increase over the following year. Deschutes County must follow Oregon law and work with ODFW to keep rural residential sprawl from further decimating the mule deer population. And I just wanted to also add that the iconic Central Oregon mule deer has seen its population decline by 56% between 2004.
Toby, I'm not sure if you could hear the timer, but I just want to let you know that the time limit, you've reached the time limit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ellie, you're up, followed by Alex Hardison on deck.
Thank you. Hi, Ellie Gaines. My mailing address is 320 Southwest Century Drive, Suite 405-186, Bend, Oregon, 97702. And email is Gaines, GAINES.ELIE@gmail.com. I'm speaking in support of the recommendation to the commission to adopt the mule deer winter range combining zone. Protecting mule deer matters to me to protect habitat function, the habitat's ecological role to support wildlife survival and reproduction. I moved to the area directly adjacent to the Deschutes National Forest on the west side of Bend for the wildlife habitat and to live in a community that actively supports a wildlife habitat. I started as a renter for 6 years, which gave me the opportunity to live in many places around the west side of Bend. 2015 winter, Old Bend. Winter 2016, Southern Crossing, Mount Bachelor Village, and Skyliner Summit. Winter 2017-18, Northwest Crossing. Winter 2019 to 21, River West, which is the beginning of the decline that I began to see in the larger herds to smaller herds. When I first got to Bend, I thought often about how I had to stop as often to allow deer to cross our roads in the winter as I did for pedestrians, and we all did. I'm providing tonight anecdotal evidence about the dramatic decline over a 6.5-year period since I've been in Bend, on the west side of Bend, at the foot of the mountains and along the river corridor, especially so in the last 1.5 years. I became a homeowner in winter of 2021 in the southwest sector of Bend and Deschutes River Woods, adjacent to and above the river, with wildlife access to the river through my yard. Last winter, in the first winter, I was so fortunate to see many deer coming in larger groups or larger herds through my yard, under my deck, and down to the river throughout the winter, and then in the spring with their fawns and the does. Also getting to see the bucks in the fall. What I found this last winter was shocking to me. Very few mule deer sightings, and of smaller groups or herds, fewer prints in the snow, fewer droppings, fewer private properties are allowing wildlife winter range habitat connecting corridors between forests, meadows, and trails to and along the river or natural water sources. Climate change impact on natural food, water sources, and cover needed by deer exacerbates the impact on winter range habitat, making this proposal even more critical. I asked Deschutes County to work with ODFW to make sure exemptions will support habitat needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alex, you're up, followed by Jenny Sharp on deck.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Alex Hardison. My mailing address is 3038 Southwest Pumice Avenue, Redmond, Oregon, 97756. I'll begin now. I work for Central Oregon Land Watch, but I'm testifying tonight in my personal capacity as a resident of Deschutes County. I believe that Central Oregon's biodiversity and wildlife play a really big role in making this region a truly remarkable place to live. Folks from a wide variety of perspectives and pursuits, whether you're a hunter, an explorer of the outdoors, or an agricultural producer, all appreciate the special proximity and relationship we get to enjoy with so many of these incredible animals. And I'd imagine that most of us have been stopped in our tracks by the quiet sight of a mule deer family standing still amongst the trees or dashing off into the understory. And this is because mule deer are one of our most iconic animals, and wildlife biologists recognize that winter range comprises the most important seasonal habitat for this species. Additionally, habitat alteration, degradation, and disturbance lowers the fitness of mule deer. It can affect their reproductive success, and it leaves them more susceptible to predation and disease. Intact winter range improves habitat function, which refers to the ecological role that habitat plays in supporting wildlife survival and reproduction. Limiting the fragmentation of winter range and migration corridors is one of the best tools the county has at its disposal to curb this decline of mule deer populations. And the means by which the county can achieve this is through the implementation of land use regulations that are driven by the relevant findings from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. ODF&W has been tasked with evaluating the state of mule deer populations in Deschutes County and making science-based recommendations to the county on how to proceed with the wildlife inventory update. They have done exactly this. And furthermore, the county's economic, social, environmental, and energy analysis has concluded that limiting conflicting uses in the identified winter range is the appropriate way to protect the Goal 5 resource. It also bears saying that the proposed 2023 mule deer winter range combining zone represents a step back for mule deer habitat protections relative to the existing wildlife area combining zone. We've watched mule deer populations decline precipitously over the past 2 decades. Now is the time to act on the information at hand and address this decline and take proactive steps towards securing vital mule deer populations as a part of Deschutes County's future. I urge this planning commission to meet the moments and recommend the adoption of a mule deer winter range combining zone that is defined by standards for habitat protection that are at least as strong as the current wildlife area combining zone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I've received a message from a member of the public who says that the volume in the room is not very loud from I imagine from the Zoom participants. So if there's any way that the volume could be turned up, I'm seeing a no signal from Ben. It's maxed out. Okay. We're really sorry about that. It would be really nice if you guys were able to hear. Staff, any suggestions? Just continue? No way to accommodate this.
Ask them to speak up a little.
Yeah, if you're on Zoom and you're able to lean closer to your personal mic on your computer or iPad or phone or whatnot, lean in as close as you can because we want your comments to be heard by us. But we also would like the members of the public to also be able to hear you. Okay, so let's go on to our next person. Looks like we have Jenny Sharp. So lean in and speak up.
On deck, Eleanor Wilson.
Hello, my name is Jenny Sharp, and thank you so much for giving the public an opportunity to speak tonight. I am speaking for myself and also on behalf of the Wolf Welcome Committee. A good email for me is JENNIEWHEELERSHARP@gmail.com. The Wolf Welcome Committee really believes that this initiative is helpful for mule deer as well as for wolves. And we have been paying attention because mule deer, while they are prey consisting of between 40 and 50% of wolf diet, according to research from ODF&W. And so our group has been paying attention to this process, and thank you for conducting it. The mission of our group is that we envision a time when wolves will be recovered in Central Oregon. And our goal is to create a climate of peaceful coexistence where wolves are welcomed by their human neighbors. We're based in Sisters, Oregon, and our members are folks who are all across Deschutes County, as well as some in Jefferson County. With the present state of our mule deer population being at only 50% sustainability, according to the ODF&W research, it's imperative that we act in a timely manner on the preservation and increase of mule deer habitat in Deschutes County. The recommendations of the Technical Advisory Committee to increase winter habitat for mule deer by an additional 188,000 acres, making total habitat protections close to 503,979 acres, should help stabilize and improve the population count. The Wolf Welcome Committee is a group of approximately a little over 100 members. Our members value wildlife as an asset in their own right. We believe the majority of the public also believes in the intrinsic value of wildlife. Many of our citizens place the presence of wildlife high on their list as the reason for living in Central Oregon. The reasons for habitat protection are numerous. Mule deer are decreasing at about 10% per year. The proverbial death by 1,000 cuts has made its mark on populations. Some of the causes are the expansion of development within the winter range, causing the fragmentation of habitat, increased vehicular traffic on our highways like 97 and 20, creating barriers to migration, increased disturbance from humans from outdoor recreation, such as biking, hiking, horseback riding, and ATV, private, residential, agricultural, and ranching.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but our time is up, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Eleanor, you are up, followed by Serena Gordon on deck.
Hi there. My name's Eleanor Wilson, and my email is Eleanor, ELINOR, Sophia, SOFIA 96@gmail.com. All right. I am a local science teacher in Redmond, Oregon, and I was raised in Central Oregon. I moved to Bend in, I guess, 1999, when I was quite young, and I don't remember growing up anywhere else. Living here has given me a huge appreciation for the environment and our unique local ecosystem that mule deer are a critical part of. Having lived here for my whole life, I've personally witnessed the greater than 50% decline in deer populations. Further fragmentation of habitat would be detrimental to the future of mule deer in Central Oregon. I believe we have a responsibility to make decisions that will protect our local ecosystem. I urge the Planning Commission to recommend the adoption of the 2023 Mule Deer Winter Range Combining Zone and strengthen it to include standards beyond the existing Wildlife Combining Zone. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much.
Serena, you're up, followed by Molly Honea on deck.
Excellent, thank you. My name is Serena Bishop Gordon. I live at 1114 Northwest Ogden Avenue, Bend, Oregon, and my email address is serenabishopgordon@gmail.com. I've lived in Bend since 2006. I'm a professional cyclist, an outdoor enthusiast, and the sustainability director for Visit Bend. I'm here tonight to ask the Planning Commission to recommend to the county commissioners that they adopt the Wildlife Area Combining Zone standard, and that protections for mule deer are at least as strong as they are in the current zone. Since I've moved to Bend, the population of mule deer has decreased by close to 55%. We are in a position now to stop that decline and potentially reverse it. It is our responsibility to put habitat function first, giving our wildlife the habitat connectivity that it needs to survive and reproduce. By adopting the new Wildlife Area Combining Zone, we will prevent new habitat fragmentation and keep new development close to existing roads, and protecting the biodiversity that the Central Oregon region has and that we love. And with that, I ask you, the Planning Commission, to recommend the adoption of the Wildlife Area Combining Zone. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Molly, you're up, on deck, Quinn Keever.
Hello, my name is Molly Honea. My address is 140 Northeast Alpenview Lane in Bend. I work for Think Wild, the local wildlife rehabilitation hospital and conservation center. In 2022, we received 203 calls to our wildlife hotline about mule deer. That's 11% of all calls made to the hotline last year. 71% of these calls were directly related to human conflicts with deer. This includes deer that were hit by cars, caught in fencing, or entangled with other foreign objects like Christmas lights and soccer nets. Think Wild is not permitted to rehabilitate deer since the state of Oregon does not allow rehab of adult deer. And with threats from chronic wasting disease, efforts to offer rehabilitation to fawns has been put on hold. Instead, injured deer are often euthanized from these human-caused conflicts. We believe the proposed protections for mule deer habitat will help keep mule deer populations in Central Oregon healthy by protecting critical habitat areas. Mule deer need habitat connectivity and access to winter range, which the proposed overlay areas help to provide. The proposed overlay will also decrease the likelihood of human-caused mule deer conflicts that we hear about all too often. It is important to Think Wild that Deschutes County prioritize habitat function to support wildlife survival and reproduction. We urge the Commission to prevent new habitat fragmentation and keep new development close to existing roads to protect the integrity of critical habitat areas. We believe the proposed protections are a great step in the right direction towards better protecting our wildlife. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Quinn, you're up, followed by Nunzi on deck.
So I'm not seeing Quinn. Are you muted, Quinn? Or just in the void?
There we
There's it.
go.
There you are. Hello.
Hello, and thank you for your time tonight.
My name is Quinn Keever. My email address is Quinn Fahey, Quinn, F as in Frank, AHEY @hotmail.com. And I am here to support the proposed Mule Deer Winter Range Combining Zone. Deschutes County is a special place that I and 4 generations of my family have felt very fortunate to call home. There aren't many places on the West Coast where you have amenities of thriving communities surrounded by pristine wilderness. This is why Deschutes County has experienced such rapid growth over the past decades. People view access to the mountains, rivers, and all of the wildlife that comes with it as an asset. In many ways, the mule deer who live alongside us are a symbol of our region. We build statues of them in our roundabouts, they show up in our local artwork, and we stop traffic for them. But unfortunately, this rapid growth we're experiencing has led to a loss of habitat for the species we so admire. As you know, mule deer populations have been dropping significantly, 51% since 2002. Because residents see deer around town, I think they assume the population is doing fine. But people have been surprised when I tell them their numbers are dropping at an alarming rate. I would wager that if more residents knew that mule deer are in trouble, they would voice concerns to local government. That is why it is so important to take this opportunity to stop the decline of an iconic part of our region. The measures being proposed tonight are not pitting our economy and growth against habitat for mule deer. We can have it both ways through good planning that ensures protections for mule deer habitat are at least as strong as for the current wildlife area combining zone standards. This should not become a partisan political debate about private property rights. This is a discussion about preserving the culture and way of life in Deschutes County that a healthy mule deer population represents. We should be adopting minimum lot sizes of 40 acres for new land divisions on properties larger than 40 acres. New development should occur within 300 feet of existing roads to limit fragmentation of the mule deer's habitat. I am hopeful that we will do the right thing and protect mule deer habitat to ensure our generation and the 5th generation that my children represent here in Central Oregon will have the privilege of living among our iconic mule deer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Nunzi, you're up, followed by Ava on deck.
Hi, my name is Nunzi Gould. I live out in Deschutes County, and I want to disclose that several of my properties and my husband and my properties are within the proposed overlay. And as property owners, we are in agreement that we favor the creation of this overlay. It is much needed. I'm elated that the state is doing this statewide east of the Cascades update. And Deschutes County's role is land use. So I'm glad that people in general are learning about how land use works. Many who don't yet comprehend land use are making a lot of noise. They haven't read the text. They don't understand which parcels are exempt. And there's just a lot of accessory noise that's that your commission needs to wade through. The county's process began thankfully in 2020, after decades of your citizens wanting this update. The county itself narrowly tailored its inner work group, but it included more than just ODF&W. It included federal partners, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who oversee federal lands in our county. And if you're following this at the state level, you will know that ODF&W's intent is to work collaboratively with U.S. Fish and Wildlife so that mule deer protections for migration and wildlife habitat are further protected as they both recognize the current decline in this population. So I'm glad that the state sees this three-legged stool, local, state, and federal, as a strength to secure a mule deer population that's viable for the future populations of our community. But the last I checked at the museum in Bend, there are obsidian points, obsidian hunting points and knives used by indigenous peoples long before white folks came, settled, and colonized on indigenous lands. So I read with quite interest the comments from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs, who are in support of protecting mule deer. Further, as a member of Tumalo Irrigation District, I disagree with the majority of their comments. I do agree just with one thing, their quote, theoretical development. And I'd just like to share with you that some of their comments are pie in the sky, in particular with reference to the Laidlaw 540. Laidlaw 540 was a mine that was
For the
reclaimed.
timer, Nancy.
Pardon?
Our timer just went off and it was like,
Okay,
felt like the room
well, as a
shaking.
participant, I would just like to share a few things. You could have a timer on the Zoom screen. None of us have heard the timer go off. So I
Yeah,
just encourage you to do that. And I would respectfully ask that your record be kept open for further written comment. Since many of the comments were only uploaded at 3:41 today, this afternoon, it's hard for the public to give full review and comment to what you're receiving in the written record. So if you would kindly, at the end of your proceeding today, describe what the deadline is for written comments on this proposal, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you for the recommendation. I believe that we're not actually able to put the timer on the Zoom screen. Is that correct? Okay. Unfortunately, we can't,
Well,
but
you could
I'll
have
just
the
continue
timer
to
on your
respectfully
dais.
interrupt.
You could have the timer on your dais. Come on, guys. This is technology
Thank
time.
you. Yeah, so when I interrupt people, just preemptively, an apology from me. I probably have to do that to each of the Zoom participants, and just know that it's a respectful interruption rather than a like angry interruption. And I apologize in advance. I know it's a bit awkward. Let's move on to Eva or Ava.
Ava, you're up. On deck, Laura Kraska Cooper on deck.
Yes, my name is Eva Eagle. I hope you can hear me. And you can send me communication at golden_eagle@mac.com. And I want to thank you for proposing to update the mule deer inventory and apply land use regulations that are suitable to the mule deer habitat, and for giving us this opportunity and extended opportunity to express our support. I've lived in the wildlife area combining zone outside of Sisters for over 20 years. So we are well within the winter range for mule deer, although right now much of our neighborhood would not be in that range. Sadly, it's become obvious to us, as to obviously many others, that the deer population, both our locals and the migratory deer, are in serious decline. We used to see plenty of fawns in the springtime, but now it's a rare event. And based on the declining sightings here at our house of small mammals in this area, I'd say there are a lot of other species who are in decline as well due to lack of habitat. Our own 40 acres have plenty of space for creatures large and small, but with increased home and fence construction throughout our area, there's more and more interference with animal habitat. I'd hate to see this trend proceed across even more of the currently unbuilt open spaces in Deschutes County's high desert. I think we really need to get a higher level of protection on the landscape than we have right now, or it will, I mean, it's half gone now, what we used to have. My hope is that if we protect the mule deer habitat, we'll also be providing habitat protection for a range of animals that cannot be separately tracked or protected. At a bare minimum, we should apply the standards regulating my property to all that new territory that's going to be in the mule deer habitat. I realize farming won't be affected. I understand that, but there's plenty of land in the migration area that's not farmed and could be protected. We've lived with these regulations at my house for 20 years. They're not onerous. And specifically, and you've been over them, the fencing, wildlife-friendly fencing, the buildings within 300 feet of an existing road. It doesn't have to be a big paved road. It can be a little gravel road. It makes a lot of sense. And we just need to keep our human footprint a little more limited on this area. And consistent with the rules that apply to the BLM land that's right next to us, the winter months should be a time of limited intrusion so that winter habitat is not a special challenge for wildlife. We also in our zone have a 40-acre minimum, which I think makes a lot of sense, but I understand that that's not even proposed at this point. And considering the exemptions that are already proposed for agricultural lands and the existing dwellings, I think these regulations are a very modest step to protect our natural environment. I applaud the county for using the best data from the experts at ODFW to map the mule deer habitat. And I support their conclusions against evidence from other states that are very different with different habitats. I do wish that the new rules now proposed could be stronger, but these proposed rules are a good start. And I urge you to adopt them. And thank you.
Good timing. Thank you very much.
Laura, you're up. And on deck, we've got Michael O'Casey on deck.
Good evening. My name is Laura Kraska Cooper, and I'd like to thank you for presenting this opportunity for us to testify. My email address is lcooper@brickslaw.com, and I am a lawyer. I'm representing two separate clients with two separate properties. So I would request the same accommodation that you provided at the last hearing for other folks who had two parties they were speaking for. But I promise to keep the comments for each client less than 3 minutes. So the first client that I would like to address is the Thumb LLC, which is a JL Ward Company subsidiary. It's approximately 350 acre property located south of the city. It borders the city. It is bounded by Highway 97 on the west, and then China Hat to the north, and Knott to the east and south. It's a triangular piece. First, I'd like to get on the record that we should exclude the UA land. A good 2/3 of that 350 acres is zoned UA urban area land. And that means that it's slated to become part of the city likely in the next UGB expansion. No guarantees, but likely. It already has essentially city zoning on it. And so it doesn't make sense to subject that to the overlay. And in fact, I'm not sure that the county can subject it to the overlay. And that's part of the reason we think the entire parcel should be excluded, because that's likely to be part of the city maybe as soon as 2 to 5 years. And then the 130 acres south of it that's attached to it is all part of the parcel. It's all part of the same parcel. We believe that should be excluded. It's adjacent to Highway 97, which is dangerous for deer. And as noted in the ODF&W's own study, no mule deer were identified as being on the property. And in fact, I've been on the property a number of times and never seen any deer on it. So we request that the overlay not include this parcel. The other client that I would like to address is the property owned by Rose and Associates. This is two parcels of land. They sort of nest each other. It's located at 21455 Rickard Road and 60725 Arnold Market Road. Together, it's about 452 acres. And I am now authorized to disclose that this property is under contract to the Park District for the development of a park. And so I think the EC analysis that was conducted in drafting the outline of this overlay would change significantly with respect to this property, because there is a tremendous social benefit to be had from the development of this property as the park. It's very close to land that was just annexed into the city. It's pretty close to the Thumb, which, as I mentioned, is likely to become a part of the city in the near future. And the Park District would be unlikely to find another parcel of land that is suitable and large enough to create a park with ballparks and other trails and things like that within the city limits. The cost would likely be prohibitively expensive. And that's the reason why Oregon does allow parks outside of a city limits. Secondly, the line that was drawn for the draft overlay runs right through the middle of the property, including right through an irrigated pivot. And so it kind of seems like maybe the property wasn't reviewed on a granular level. And so we'd ask that you take a look at that. There's not a whole lot of value to be added from the irrigated land, because there's a little bit of an elevated property to the southwest. And in fact, when I visited the property yesterday, I'm pretty sure there'd never be, or very rarely be, a deer on the irrigated land, because we actually saw a coyote kind of hiding in the brush in the little parcel in the southwest corner of the land. It would be a great place to attack anything that were to be in the cultivated area. So we wouldn't be gaining super quality habitat with the farmed portions of the land. Also, this property is bordered on 3 sides by very small rural residential properties that have largely barbed wire fence. So not a great way for deer to get to the property. So we think that it is likely that the line was just kind of drawn straight across the property. And we believe that it doesn't accommodate or recognize the actual circumstances on the property. And as I mentioned, with the likelihood of a park being placed there, I think that the EC analysis is quite different now than it was perhaps when the draft was put together. So we'd ask that the Planning Commission consider excluding both of these properties from the proposed mule deer overlay. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Michael, and then on deck, we're going to have Tyler Neese on deck.
Thank you. Good evening. I decided to go for a walk out here on Friar Road on some BLM land, which would become part of the mule deer combining zone, because it's finally spring here in Central Oregon, and I'm very excited about it. My name is Michael Casey, and for the record, I live 70633 Holmes Road, which is currently a wildlife area combining zone. And I work for a hunting and fishing conservation organization, but today I'm representing myself as a owner occupier of 2 different properties that are currently within the wildlife area combining zone. And I have I'm currently building one home, and I've built another home within these zones. And what I would like to say is that I am in support of adding this new zoning overlay for the 2023 mule deer overlay, largely because I have been able to work with the county to make sure that I am able to build residential properties that suit my family, but also make sure that the places that I'm living also accommodate mule deer habitat. And I would recommend that the new mule deer combining zone is at least this very similar to the current wildlife area combining zone. And I'd also like to say that, you know, we're speaking in front of the county commission and in front of the planning commission today, because there's a lot of issues with mule deer currently in Central Oregon, and you've heard a lot of that. But the county has a very specific role that they can play, and that is limiting what they can control. And currently, what you guys have an opportunity for is something that could play across the whole state of Oregon. And our zoning laws and the 1972, or the rule that came in the 70s that acquired all these goals for our land use laws, is largely why we have the benefit of mule deer and wildlife that Oregonians have. I just took off my Mickey ears hat from being down in Disneyland recently with my family, and it was a great time, but it's not the same. I was so happy to come back to Central Oregon, largely because of our open spaces. And so the county can't control as much as they would like to. You know, I'd love to work with the county on wildlife vehicle collisions and predator management. But currently before you have an opportunity to do what you can to ensure mule deer have open space and habitat, while also ensuring that developers can continue to live in the places that they would like to live. I would just like to note that there's, when Tanya was giving the presentation, there's an alternative approach. And I actually use that with my current property, where I was able to work with ODF&W to build my property beyond 300 feet of a road because it was already impacted habitat. And so, you know, these are the kind of flexibility. I'm encouraged to see that there's flexibility to these planning zones. And these are largely guidelines that are conditional uses and do not have any prohibited outright uses currently. And I just closed that I do believe that utility scale solar should become a prohibited use in this new planning zone. So thank you guys for your time today and for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks very much. We appreciate it.
Tyler, you're up. On deck, we'll have Bruce Bowen on deck.
All right. Good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Tyler Neese, and I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Central Oregon Association of Realtors. I live in Bend, and my email is tyler@coar.com. On behalf of the organization, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the mule deer inventory update amendments. First of all, we recognize that balancing the protection and management of natural resources and wildlife with development and the needs of obviously a rapidly growing county is no small feat, and we commend the county and the Planning Commission for all your efforts in this area. But we have some concerns with the proposed amendments. We submitted a letter today outlining some key areas that we believe deserve your consideration. I won't go into those in too much detail tonight, but I did want to touch on a few key concerns with the limited amount of time that I have. First of all, some inconsistency with the existing comp plan. Comprehensive Plan Chapter 2, Resource Management, Section 2.6 under Wildlife Policies. Policy 2.6.4 and 2.6.7 speak to incentives. In this area, I would challenge the statement in the packet that the WAMD is consistent with these policies in the comp plan when the proposed WAMD regulations currently don't contain any incentives. So without further information, it doesn't appear to be consistent. We also believe that single-family dwellings should be exempt. Table A12 in the summary of net effect of allowing, limiting, or prohibiting conflicting uses shows that allowing single-family development without limitation within the WAMD overlay would have a positive net effect +7 economic, social, environmental, and energy consequences as compared to a +10 for limiting single-family development. And this is on page 71. That +7 value for allowing single-family dwellings without limitation is actually higher than the limiting net effect score for every other conflicting use except one, which is wind power at a +8. In fact, it scores higher than limiting playgrounds at +5, campgrounds at +4, and RV parks at +4. So because this general assessment of the identified conflicting uses shows that there is more positive net value in allowing single-family development without limitation in the WAMD than there is in allowing virtually any other conflicting limitations. Single-family dwellings, we believe, should not be limited, but instead should be exempt from the WAMD overlay. Simply put, that additional +3 net effect to be gained by limiting single-family dwellings in the WAMD doesn't really justify the potential negative impacts of the proposed restrictions. Imposing non-conforming use standards on conforming uses in proposed section 18.91.040. It states alteration, maintenance, restoration, or replacement of any use listed in DC 18.91.040 B, C, or D that was lawfully established prior to the date of adoption may be allowed subject to DCC 18.120.010. This is on page 78. So read literally, this provision appears to apply to such lawfully established uses, even if they are carefully compliant with the standards and requirements of proposed chapter 18.91. It does not differentiate between uses that are fully zoning compliant and those that are non-conforming. So simply put, uses that are fully zoning compliant should not be subject to standards and limitations of section 18.
Tyler.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. The timer went off and
oh, sure.
Scared everyone in the room, but was still not audible to the Zoom. We apologize.
I understand. I will conclude my comments there. I appreciate your time. As I mentioned, we submitted a letter that goes into further detail on these areas. So in closing, we remain concerned about the potential impact on Deschutes County properties, as well as the impact on housing production and the impact on property owners. And I just thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you for your service to the county.
Thank you very much.
Bruce, you're up, followed by Michael Byard on deck.
My name is Bruce Bowen, and I live at 17212 Pine Drive in Sisters on a 37-acre parcel that is in the current wildlife combining zone. And my wife and I have been there for over 20 years, and we've seen a significant decline in deer population. I have no hard data to offer you, just impression of that. And I want to speak in support of the proposal, even if it's not perfect. We've had several criticisms of the proposal, some of which may or may not be justified. But it is a step in the right direction, and I think it should be taken. There are several issues that are involved in this. And I think one of the key issues that I haven't heard very much spoken about is the necessity for contiguous habitat. In the area where we live, there are a lot of parcels scattered around that have wildlife combining area designation and other parcels that don't. And it's a problem for the deer figuring out which ones they can go through. And I think that this proposal will allow better use of the existing habitat by being able to make continuous habitat. I think that the Planning Commission has been great in listening to ODFW, and I think it's very important that they followed the science. And I hope that the Planning Commission will support this proposal when it is handed up to the commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you.
Up next, Michael, followed by Ian Isaacson on deck.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. My name is Michel Bayard. It's Michel. Last name Bayard. And my email is mlbayard, Bayard, @gmail.com. I'm sorry, mlbayard1943 @gmail.com. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment to the panel. Mule deer only exist east of the Cascades. They live in both rural and urban areas. Their winter range, where they browse for food, is the same area targeted for development in Deschutes County. Protection of mule deer winter range is a top priority for ODFW. Deschutes County in the upper Deschutes Basin is 60% below ODF's mule deer population objective. According to ODFW biologist Andrew Walsh, Central Oregon's mule deer population has declined by 56% between 2004 and 2021, a reduction of about 10% per year. Since 2017, it has declined 33%. A significant amount of the decline in the mule deer population is the result of developments. The Deschutes County Community Development Department is subject to Oregon's land use laws. It must balance the economic, environmental, and cultural impact of changes to its land use codes. Therefore, it hopes to protect critical mule deer winter range by not allowing development in areas that will negatively impact the mule deer population in the upper Deschutes Basin. I strongly support the Deschutes County Community Development's effort to protect the mule deer winter range. The county's population grew by 28.9% since 2010, twice the growth rate of the city of Portland. In other words, the human population of this area appears to be growing at the expense of mule deer. We cannot allow this to continue. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Just a quick note, we are going to go ahead and continue the public testimony, but we're going to take a brief break around 7:30. Dan, who do we have next?
Ian, you're up, followed by Susan Prince on deck.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Ian Isaacson. My email address is iandavidisaacson@gmail.com, and I live in Bend, Oregon. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Mule deer are a keystone species, meaning that they play an essential role in maintaining the health and balance of ecosystems. However, the survival of mule deer populations is largely dependent on their ability to move freely across the landscape. Habitat fragmentation caused by human activities such as land use and zoning changes poses a significant threat to maintaining what intact or partially intact habitat and corridors remain in Deschutes County. Like so many others who are engaging in this project, I have had to stop and ask myself some important questions. How does winter range fragmentation, which can be exacerbated by wildlife unfriendly land use code and zoning ordinances, affect a mule deer biologically? What can the county actually do to address this issue? And how are the main causes of mortality during the winter months, mainly being physical vehicle collisions, poaching, and predation are influenced by something as seemingly as benign as the county's land use codes and zoning ordinances. When mule deer experience stress due to loss of functional winter range habitat, several biological responses occur which can negatively impact their health, reproduction, and survival. What can the county do? Addressing declining mule deer herds requires entities like Deschutes County to focus on controllable variables. Wildlife-friendly land use codes and zoning ordinances are essential for protecting critical winter range habitats as they enable the county to tackle local threats and influence land use practices. By prioritizing factors within their control, Deschutes County can effectively contribute to mule deer conservation. It is also necessary for other agencies or governing bodies to focus on the variables that they are tasked with enforcing. The main causes of mortality during the winter months, being vehicle collisions, poaching, and predation, are influenced by a deer stress level. And I won't get into the biological information tonight. I have it in my written testimony. And so while the WMAD or WAMD is no silver bullet, but if we are being honest brokers in this discussion, there is no way anyone can honestly deliberate these causes of mortality for mule deer in a vacuum. Much like ecosystem integrity, each aspect is part of a greater whole. And if people are serious about addressing the precipitous decline in our mule deer herds, we all have to look in the mirror and address the issue holistically. What the county can control through the proposed code amendments is but part of a whole. But that does not render the WMAD as unnecessary or useless as some here have claimed tonight. Thank you.
Ian, can you hear me? The timer just went off, so that unfortunately the time is done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comment.
Susan, you are up, followed by Gisela Reiter on deck.
Do we have Susan?
Hello, I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Hi, Susan.
Hi. My address is 69211 Horseshoe. I live in Sisters, and I'm also a member of the Wolf Welcome Committee. Jenny Sharp spoke earlier and expressed the comments that are in the written record. This is the third meeting I've been to. I was in Sisters at the public meeting a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago maybe, and that night there were lots of people there that were questioning the data. And there was one woman who made the comment that if there were 6,000 cougar in Oregon, and each cougar ate a deer a week, then couldn't the cougar be responsible for the decline of mule deer? And last week there was somebody who also brought that up. And so I feel like I want to correct that misunderstanding. And I'm going to read my comment now. Cougar numbers in Oregon at 6,000 are artificially inflated. We are the only state that includes kittens in their count. Kittens do not take down deer. Moreover, most do not even make it to their first year of life. If we leave out kittens, the accurate number of cougars in Oregon is more than like 3,000. Wolves had just recently returned to Central Oregon. To project blame for future mule deer decline to wolves is inaccurate and irresponsible. In addition, decades of studies in Yellowstone National Park have indicated that wolves actually help with controlling chronic wasting disease by targeting the weak animals. Predators are a critical part of healthy ecosystems and a relationship that has been in place for millennium. What has changed is the massive population explosion of humans. If we continue to expand our impacts with little regard for wildlife and lands, eventually all that will be left is us. It's hard to move aside and make changes in our lifestyles, but we can do it. The wildlife cannot. Our group encourages ODFW to take a very strong stand in protecting mule deer and their habitats from future decline. Did you want my email? It's
It would be helpful for you to include your email for the record.
FOOTPRINCE47@gmail.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Gisela, you are up, and on deck, we'll have Aaron on deck.
We have a Gisela. Is she elevated? Okay. Okay, so can we move on to the next person and then come back to Gisela then?
Aaron, you are up.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. First, I'd like to thank you for your work. The issue should be a great example of the difficult work the commission does. While nothing compares to your commitment, I've researched, written, testified, and listened to a lot of testimonies, and in that learned a lot more about protecting habitat. I've also listened to lobbyists as well as people who've got theirs, so seemingly have no concern for the impact on other existing property owner streams. For the most part, the consistent thing I've heard, though, is that everyone shows up caring about mule deer and recognizing that the current plan really has many strengths, like restricting business or commercial uses that may deter wildlife, establishing fencing height requirements to allow easy pass-through properties, it excludes properties of 20 acres or less with existing homes, and it intends to encourage access to grazing, water corridors identified as high demand for the mule deer range. Unfortunately, in my and other views, in addition to the many strengths, the plan also has a few things that simply don't make sense, specifically imposing driveway or home site restriction in areas such as long established subdivisions not identified as high demand. That's something myself and some other people would greatly appreciate the removal of, as it provides no real or measurable value to the proposed plan or habitat, but can potentially create real problems for existing property owners. I support and continue to believe protecting habitat is a critical responsibility, but rather than actions against individual property owners, much more needs to be done on the side of epidemiology, education, enforcement against poachers, and creating more wildlife crossing corridors. According to ODF&W's data, these are the areas of largest percentage of losses. But something else I've learned is that essentially the removal of the irrigation canals through the piping of water, as well as the impact of wildlife mitigation measures, wildfire mitigation measures that perhaps reach maybe too far to remove grasses and lower branches that provide desperately needed forage and cover, cannot be ignored. Those two actions, while understandable and necessary, I believe we are having an enormous impact on our wildlife, and perhaps equal to or even much more so than all of the other proposals combined. I'm unsure how it needs to be addressed, but urge the county to renew this process to include in the plan, work with the irrigation district to rapidly develop some solutions that will support renewed access to water, reducing stress and making them healthier as they head into winter and increasing their odds of success. We also need to explore a wildfire mitigation strategies to see if there are ways to have less impact on the wildlife habitat, yet still continue responsible fire prevention. I thank you for your time, and I hope you'll read my letter on file and also investigate ways to find and resolve conflicts between the irrigation district and wildfire mitigation to wildlife habitat. And thank you again for your work.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have Gisela now? Are you back?
Doesn't look like Gisela has accepted her promotion. And then our final hand raised on Zoom is Doreen.
Okay. This will be good timing for our break at 7:30. And then we'll go to in-person testimony shortly after the break, which will be a 5-minute or less break. Right, commissioners? Okay. So let's go to Doreen now.
Hi, how you doing? My name's
Good to
Doreen.
see you.
You too. Doreen Ty DORINNE.TYE@gmail.com. And I wanted to express support of your efforts to protect our mule deer and eagles. However, I'm deeply concerned by exclusions. You've listed numerous activities as conflicting uses to wildlife zones, from walking paths to shooting ranges to model airplane parks. So model airplanes conflict, yet full-size airplanes, jets, and helicopter flights by the 100,000s annually are not. Traffic noise alone causes at least a 25% decrease in wildlife and all humans. Studies on aircraft noise have demonstrated aviation noise is profoundly more impactful. All air traffic below elevations which can impact should be conflicting uses and exclusively prohibited in these zones. I also noticed that you pushed the zone back on the south end by the Bend Airport instead of increasing. Sadly, airports were built into farms, the same places wildlife will go to be away from human disturbance, find nutrient-rich foods and access to water, even mate, birth, and raise young. 2010 to 21, Deschutes County saw a 25.7% population increase. 2013 to 21, the airport saw a 375.5% increase. Helicopters spend up to 16 hours a day, including a maneuver called slapping blades at 90 to 100 decibels. Fixed wings spend as many hours with throttle push training maneuvers. Besides deer in proximity, which I've seen flushed by aircraft into highway, many other species of concern made at Hatfield Ponds, a mere 6,000 feet north of runway, and in your antelope range, and a bald eagle nest approximately 6,000 feet west of runway. Many of these aircraft burn leaded fuel. Lead bioaccumulates in all life, causes miscarriages, illness, and even death in very small amounts. Studies found lead in wells near airports with aviation's isotopic fingerprint, and a decade-long study found children within 1.5 miles of airports have lead on par with children in Flint, Michigan. Wildlife will uptake ultrafine leaded particulate through breathing and eating, potentially jeopardizing not just mule deer and eagles, but entire ecosystems. Central Oregon's aviation encroachment, habitat destruction, lead exposure, and excessive decibels are stressors on hearing. Their hearing can be damaged, communication interfered with, mating compromised, genetic diversity reduced, nests abandoned, warning calls missed, adverse effects on hormones and metabolism, all which leave wildlife more susceptible to accidents and predators with potential species and biodiversity range-wide collapses. I applaud the mule deer and eagle inventory as a great start to coming on board with what Central Oregonians have clearly stated regarding the immense value we place on wildlife. We need to do better than accepting decimation and providing exceptions for expected harms. Nature Serve Biodiversity and Focus pulled together a global group and published a study which reveals the urgency to conserve 30% of water plants and animals by 2030. We have about 6.5 years to get there. Biodiversity and Focus reveals an alarming conclusion. 34%. Yep.
Our timer just
Thank
went
you.
off.
I applaud the mule deer and eagle inventory as a great start to coming on board. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we'll now go to our break. And if you are here and you would like to comment in person, please fill out a blue sheet if you haven't already and give it to Peter, who's standing in the back wearing the white shirt. And we look forward to hearing from you in 5 minutes or less.
Nothing in you. Oh, is that right? Are you sure this is the right You have some children that like to play baseball.
Oh, no. Yeah. Those days come and gone. Once the grandkids are playing now.
Yeah. The high school. Some got it.
Anyways, can you turn the mic on?
Oh, that was.
Oh, well.
That's quite the request.
Someone heard that.
Just check and see if maybe he's listening.
What? Okay, so on that note, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It is now 7:37. It's still April 27th, 2023. I'm really excited to go ahead and say that we're ready to move on to our in-person testimony. And we've got some blue sheets here filled out. So what we're going to do is utilize both tables, and Dan here is going to have just like on Zoom we had a second ago, have the person speaking and then have a on deck person ready to go so that we can minimize time in between people providing comments. So who's first?
So up first we'll have Lex Zuber, and on deck Harry Pollard.
Whichever you want. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for letting me have my 3 minutes. My name is Lex Zuber. I own some acreage on the north part of what we're talking about. I have some acreage up there, and so I have some skin in the game as far as this decision. A couple things I wanted to just put on the record. I had a whole thing set up, but I thought, well, we're just redoing a lot of, everybody's kind of making the same remarks. So kind of my concern is there are some good ideas in the plan as far as fencing and so forth, so deer can move around freely. I'm not so sure why putting a house in the middle of 40 acres versus on the edge of 40 acres will make a difference one way or the other. I think that this is more of a, I'm opposed to it. I think it's more of a feel good type of process at this point. I live with approximately 10 to 12 deer on my property every day. We eat dinner together. Basically, they come by and grab most of my plants and eat them and destroy my trees, which is just fine. We live together. My dogs actually protect them, and I had the vet bills to prove it. Every time they get in a fight with a coyote or something else, so the deer feel pretty good on my acreage. And I think that my biggest concern, I would assume, or I'm worried about, is there's a commercial application is what I can and can't do with my property. I think when this plan doesn't work, just like it hasn't done on the other overlays, that it will change. Then all of a sudden my kids will not be able to ride a motorcycle. They will not be able to shoot their guns. They will not be able to do what we do now, because that'll be the next step. So that's one of my big concerns, is we start here and then we end up somewhere else in a few years when this plan doesn't work, because from what I see, all the data, it's not changing the direction of the mule deer on the other overlay areas. And then my last quick concern is there's an exempt area just north of me, about one piece of property away. And Andrew had mentioned that there were some public lands and there were some boundary issues and things like that. And I've done some research, and really is what it is I think Ben Research owns that property, or Lonza, as well as a Super Bowl football player. And for whatever reason, those areas are exempt, and it's right next to my property. And I'm not 100% sure why. There's this zone right there. I'm assuming it's probably Lonza owns that property, and that's why it's exempt. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
On deck, we'll have Karen Kelly.
Hi, my name is Harry Pollard. I live in the Cloverdale area east of Sisters. I came to comment mostly on something obvious that has been left out of the entire survey, which is the 6-year drought that we've been in. It's kind of the elephant in the room, and no one has wanted to discuss it. But it has affected habitat in a very negative way. Habitat, the most important thing habitat provides for mule deer or any other species that lives there is food, nutrition. Nutrition is inextricably related to fertility. Any wildlife or any other kind of biologist should be very well aware of that. So when you have a drought that affects the growth of plants by the lack of water, you then have a decreased amount of nutrition available to the population of, you name the species. It affects all of them that live on the property. The other thing that habitat provides is cover and shelter. And one of the very distressing things to me is when people buy small properties, the first thing they do is cut down all the trees, which are shelter and cover for the deer population and any other wildlife. And ironically, I would like to bring up the fact that the state of Oregon is protecting a couple of the worst enemies of the mule deer population, namely cougars and wolves. And the deer population has actually been increasing for decades. I've been in Oregon for 60 plus years. I've been in this area for over 20 years. And this is a fairly recent thing. It just kind of coincides a little bit with the reintroduction of wolves and the protection of cougars. When I moved to east of the Cascades, hunting of cougars with dogs was a common thing. Now it's not allowed. And cougars eat a lot of deer. It takes a lot of deer to keep a cougar in food. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much.
On deck, Edward Adams.
My name is Karen Kelly. Address is 61260 Obernolte Road. I'd like to wear 2 hats and be my neighbor Brad Clarno first. He had to be out of town.
And
So
his name is
Brad Clarno, Clarno. He's on Obernolte, but I don't know the numbers. So his letter states, Madam Chairman, the proposed map of the mule deer winter range combining zone limitations to conflicting use does not address the real problem. The real problem is Deschutes County's population growth. My comments specifically address the mule deer overlay map along Dodds Road. Most of these private properties border the BLM Badlands Wilderness property. BLM has established 5 trailheads for riding horses, people can hike, and dogs are walked on this property. These trailheads are used year-round, and the number of people using them increases significantly each year. And this includes December through March. In addition, the Chitwood Trailhead is in the middle of the mule deer overlay. This trailhead has also been surveyed to be expanded in size for more parking. The mule deer migration is being disrupted by the increased number of people's activity on BLM land. This is not going to be corrected by telling private landowners what they can do with their property. Also, the traffic on Dodds is increasing due to population growth in Deschutes County. Any mule deer migration across Dodds Road is being interrupted by traffic. Telling private landowners what they can do with their property will not solve the problem. The real problem is population growth and each year additional recreation on BLM land. The mule deer winter range combining zone overlay map along Dodds Road should be removed. December through March, farmers and ranchers are providing pasture, grass, and water in stock ponds for mule deer. Do not add limitations and conflicting use to their property. This is not the solution. Thank you, Brad Clarno.
Okay, so we'll restart the time for your comment.
My hat, yeah. So most everything that I have thought has been stated. I appreciate your time and letting us speak to you. I've spoken, I was at the meeting here last few weeks ago, and I spoke with several hunters after one of the gentlemen discussed how the bucks were no longer healthy enough to reproduce. And to me, that seems like something we should discuss and look into a little bit more, because that's certainly going to curtail the population growth. I kind of feel, as Brad does, that we as farmers provide food, water, and protection for the deer. They're welcome anytime on my property. When I first moved here, short timer, just 10 years ago, we used to have a herd of elk, 50 plus every day, bedded down during migration. I haven't seen them in years. I also feel this is less about the deer and more about imposing more rules to the property owner's rights. And that's kind of hard to take. When asked, Fish and Wildlife actually said this new overlay actually won't do anything to increase the population. And I noted that was in the written notes from number 3 from on the back table. So that said, I strongly oppose the proposition to add the overlay. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And I'm not good at public speaking.
Oh, no, you are. You did great. Yeah. Agreed.
Fate now.
Yeah.
Chris Shull, you'll be up, followed by Douglas Stout on deck.
Hello, my name is Chris Jewell. I am the district manager of Tumalo Irrigation District. And I'm here speaking on behalf of Tumalo Irrigation District. We are also a member of the Deschutes Basin Board of Control that just recently signed a 30-year habitat conservation plan that is designed to protect endangered species of salmon, steelhead, and yes, the much maligned Oregon spotted frog. We are opposed to additional land use restrictions in my service area, which is roughly 7,400 acres from just north of Bend here to just short of Plainview. We currently manage as part of a cooperative agreement with BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and Tumalo Irrigation District. The old reservoir is part of the existing wildlife management zone. That's been for over 30 years. We've done that. The one thing that we've noticed in that entire time, we have not increased the deer out there. We've actually decreased them, but there has been a massive increase of human intrusion when it's supposed to be closed for winter deer range. Signs are posted, Tumalo Irrigation District does not have law enforcement authority. So other than going out there and asking people to leave their land, we don't have anything to do. Same with BLM, same with Forest Service. The amount of people that ride horses out there, dogs off leash, walking, dogs off leash, riding bikes, dogs off leash. On a hot summer day, there can be roughly 200 people or better around that reservoir if there's water in it. It is actually a pain in the ass to, excuse my language, to manage that. Because just from my patrons alone, some of them are sitting in here, the phone calls we get of, hey, there's people doing this, there's people doing that. It takes time and resources away from our job, which is actually delivering irrigation water. Some of these restrictions, so all of TID is zoned EFU, MUA 10, or rural residential 10. Some of these restrictions we have concerns about. because yes, farming is outright permitted, but we would like the language to say operation and maintenance of an irrigation district is an outright permitted use on with this overlay as well, so that we can continue to operate and maintain our irrigation district and make improvements. The improvements we're currently making are in the form of piping, which I know that's been maligned a little bit here, but it's also in a direct response to the habitat conservation plan to protect a actual endangered species. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On deck, Bob Budenbaum.
Thank you for this opportunity to address all of you. My name is Douglas Stout. I live at 66245 Bar Road, Bend, not 703. I'm the vice president of the Bend chapter of the Oregon Hunters Association. The Bend chapter of the OHA is acutely aware and concerned about the severe decline of mule deer in central and eastern Oregon. We have long advocated the preservation of habitat because if you have no wildlife habitat, you have no wildlife. We have studied this mule deer plan in great depth and detail, and quite frankly, the Bend chapter's board of directors are very disappointed and somewhat shocked by the singular approach of this plan for what is very clearly a multifaceted problem. By ODF&W's own data, approximately 72% of the known causes of deer mortality in our deer herds is caused by predation, poaching, and vehicle collision. None of these causes of deer mortality are even minutely addressed by this plan. How can these factors possibly be ignored? Because the board of directors of the Bend chapter of OHA feel that totally ignoring and failing to address these factors of deer mortality is entirely unacceptable and unreasonable, we have voted to not endorse or approve this plan. We also retract any expressed or implied endorsing of this plan made in the past by the Bend chapter of OHA. We would like to at this time go on the record as opposing this plan. The Bend OHA board of directors very much hope that a plan that addresses all of the known causes of the decline of our deer herds is formulated and proposed very soon. At that time, we will review it carefully, and if indeed this new plan addresses predation, poaching, and vehicle collision in addition to habitat preservation, we will not only endorse and support this new plan, but we will use our resources to help implement it as quickly as possible. We'd like to have the opportunity to demonstrate that hunting and hunters are part of the solution. Let's all work together and come up with a plan that will actually save our deer. Because until mortality from predation, poaching, and vehicle collision is reduced, our deer herds will continue to decline. In closing, the board of directors of the Bend chapter of OHA would like to strongly urge this commission I'm sitting in front of to suggest to the Deschutes County Board of Supervisors to declare a mule deer state of emergency. Over the years, millions upon millions of dollars have been brought into Central Oregon by deer hunters. Deschutes County could be the first county in the West to take strong, definitive action to help save our mule deer. We feel that Deschutes County could go down in history as the first county that recognized and took strong action to save our mule deer. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
On deck, Christine Larson.
Okay. Can you hear me? Bob Budenbaum, 18665 Innis Market Road. I'm in the affected area. Got about 35 acres. I'm not entirely sure if it's affected or not by any of the zone changes. So that's not a part of this. I am a hunter, not exactly a big game hunter, more of a small bird hunter, but I had some prepared comments. I think they'll take longer than this. So I'm going to submit them in writing and just use this brief moment to make say a few things. I'm going to start with what I said at the sisters meeting a few weeks back. Start by saying we're all here for one reason only. We're all worried about our deer. We all see 2 to 3 decade decline in the deer. Unrelenting, steady. Those things don't happen by chance. They happen for reasons. 2, I don't think there's a soul in this room, I would venture to guess in the entire county, doesn't want to see us find real, measurable ways to help them. My problem with this whole thing is I don't see how this will help them in the short term, perhaps in the long term, and that's because it's more of a preemptive measure than a protective or defensive counter to any of the forces that really are taking the toll on the deer. I heard earlier, for instance, about the one comment about habitat and food being a source. I'd ask ODFW how many deer in the statistics they've been gathering they've discovered have perished because of starvation. Okay. I didn't see any of that mentioned in any of the stats we've seen before. I would ask that another question I asked her in that meeting was, if we were to pass this resolution today, or let's do even better, 10 years ago, if we were having this meeting and this passed, I'd ask everybody in this room to think about whether or not we'd be sitting here today having the same discussion, because it really didn't do anything to fix the problems that are plaguing the deer. Again, it's preemptive, it's helpful. It's like dressing up a nice new house that's besieged by critters eating the inhabitants, cars hitting the home and hurting people, and third are criminals coming in and vandalizing and stealing things. You deal with those three issues, then I think these other things become more important. And I think that's where they start to rise to the level that people are saying, okay, if we need to do other things, we can do that. I think we've got the cart in front of the horse. And I really would encourage that we do those things. The last thing I will say is this. I also am a little concerned about this procedure for the simple reason, it's one of 3 studies I've been told we're probably going to have. So I wonder how time efficient this is, and doing this and then having to come back here again when there's a study on the elk and the birds of prey. This could become a slippery slope where there are additional layers and it just gets out of hand. So I would suggest we wait until we have all of them in before any kind of conclusions are reached.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for your time.
On deck, Rex Parks.
Hey, my name is Christine Larson from 20200 Marsh Road, Bend, Oregon. And I'm wondering how many people have read this entire report. It looks like committees put stuff together and then somebody rewrote it and put stuff in different places, because I just don't understand it. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and I'm concerned that there are too many exceptions listed. I want to protect the wildlife. The fencing idea is great. We put up a fence around our property that is not allowing the deer to come in, and we've not had any come in. So having the bottom that they can crawl under or something, I think is necessary. We keep our gates open now so that they can migrate. The proposal seems to encourage more development of single-family developments as well as destination resorts. Destination resorts are noted as having their own criteria to meet. In 2009, criteria that discussed mule deer were sensitive to development. Has Thornburg had to follow any of those? Will the future resorts have to consider mule deer? Look at the resort visitors at Eagle Crest who feed the deer. That's not good for them. Inconsistencies in the report are very evident when related to single-family development and destination resorts. Table A9 has environmental consequences, yet single-family notation has social consequences on both boxes. Roads are mentioned as a hazard, yet not main road developments put in. A single home must be built no farther than 300 feet from a main roadway, yet the developers can put all the main roads in they want. Thornburg actually has construction roads on BLM property and their gate is locked. How did that happen? That's public land. A developer can do that. On the summaries provided, single family noted energy scores, yet no other users had energy scores addressed. How does a destination resort get a 10 on this study? Who understands the plus and minuses that are used inconsistently? Social and economic are rated higher than social. We can go through all that. And even on what was put out today, does this wildlife plan allow parcels to be divided less than the zoning in effect today? Will our EFU zoning remain and not allow smaller parcels? Look at 1891.050. it talks about the ODFW and the council being able to make changes if there's something that they think might work. Well, that's not our county commissioners. ODFW, Land Watch, the tribes reports were all ignored by our county commissioners DeBone and Adair, allowing devastation of our water health. The two commissioners believed a 2008 study over their recommendations as well as citizens. Does this wildlife allow updated reports?
Thank you very much.
On deck, Joe Craig.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing all of us to come in here and bend your ear on this. I'm Rex Parks Senior. I live at 66995 Lance Road, Bend, and that's in the new proposed overlay along Highway 20 in the Plainview area. When the Oregon Hunter Association first went to the county commission meeting back in January, the goal was to see that if the mule deer overlay were considered and adopted, OHA wanted to make sure that if the inclusion of solar and wind farms were part of that overlay, that mule deer winter habitat and migration routes would not have losses due to those farms if they were considered in the new plan. OHA's goal is to keep those huge industrial sites farms out of the winter range and migration routes unless proper mitigation and passage are part of their inclusion, no matter whose land that is that are sited on, be it public or private. As the president of the Bend chapter Oregon Hunter Association, I've sat in on most of the question info meetings and the ODF&W's presentations. I've personally come to the conclusion that adding more restrictions to the already EFU and RR zone private lands will have little, if any, impact on the already severely diminished mule deer populations here in Deschutes County and all of Central Oregon. ODF&W's presentation failed to show that the current overlay that has been in place for many years has had any impact to slow the declining mule deer population. In fact, by their own research, it has shown that the key reasons for the population decline is a combination of the big three, those being predation, poaching, and vehicle strikes. OHA Bend chapter and other chapters and organizations throughout the state of Oregon have donated funds, as well as many man hours are working with ODOT to have wildlife passages part of new or reconstruction of highways on the migration routes where vehicle collisions are known to occur at a higher rate. The Lava Butte, Vandevert, and Schmaltz underpasses, as well as planned overpass for Indian Ford, are examples of that partnership working for the safer passage for our state's wildlife. It will take more law enforcement, stiffer penalties, and higher rewards for turning in poachers to curb the number of deer and other big game being taken illegally by those poachers. These poachers are not hunters and should never be considered as part of the hunting community. Hunters are one of the biggest groups of conservationists in the nation, and the funds raised through the Pittman-Robertson Act show that. As to the predation issues, ODF&W's own cougar management plans from both 2006 and 2017 show that the cougar population in Oregon has already reached the trigger points in those plans multiple times that would allow for the use of intensive and critically needed population control of those big cats. A few areas were targeted when those triggers were surpassed, but nowhere near enough and for a long enough period of time. Simply removing a few cougars in one or two areas will not have the needed effect.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
On deck, Keith Cyrus.
Thank you. My name is Joe Craig. I live at 2807 Northwest Shields Drive here in Bend. I'm a member of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, which is a hunting and fishing conservation group. But I'm speaking for myself, even though they've already spoken this evening and sent a letter in. I'm in favor of the 2023 mule deer winter range combining zone. Mule deer are iconic, as many people have said, to the American West. They're revered by hunters and outdoor enthusiasts. They're a key species in playing an essential role in maintaining the health and balance of the ecosystem. The survival of mule deer populations in this county is dependent on their ability to move freely across landscapes. Deschutes County is one of the fastest growing counties in the country. More people and more development require more protection for mule deer and other wildlife. Fragmentation of their habitat caused by human activities such as land use changes and development pose significant threats to mule deer populations. When natural habitats are fragmented, mule deer are forced to navigate through urban environments, which can result in injuries, deaths, and the lack of access to natural resources essential to their health. Habitat fragmentation can also isolate mule deer population, limiting genetic diversity and increasing the risk of inbreeding. The Deschutes County Interagency Wildlife Report stated the economic value of mule deer and that the value of mule deer cannot be ignored. As a hunter and outdoor enthusiast, I support the updates to the wildlife inventory and the mule deer winter range combining zone amendments to reflect the latest data available. However, I further request the new proposal, 1, be consistent with wildlife area combining zone standards. The new zone should have a minimum lot size of 40 acres for new land, divisions, and properties larger than 40 acres. 2, any new development should occur within 300 feet of existing roads to limit the sprawl and impact of new development on remaining open space. 3, large commercial activities should be limited during winter months because of disruption to winter habitat. 4, the new proposal should follow the wildlife fencing standards based on long-established standards. 5, that the county works with ODFW to make sure that any exemptions still support habitat needs. In summary, the presence of migration corridors is essential to mule deer populations in Deschutes County. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
On deck, Ben Gordon.
Yeah, I'm Keith Cyrus, 17204 Highway 126 Sisters. I've obviously seen a lot of changes and I appreciate a lot of the comments here tonight. Some of it's on target, a lot of it's not. Alvin Cyrus shared with me, he was a cousin out there in Cloverdale, that when he saw his first deer track, he spent all day tracking it to kill it. So we haven't had a lot of deer always. A lot of this has come about because of the development of irrigation and the cropping that has created the numbers that we see. I believe it was in the early 50s, the deer population got so great that they had a doe hunt. And unfortunately, that winter they had a severe winter kill. And the Fish and Wildlife caught hell about that. But, this whole thing is, I kind of compare it to my farming practices. If I've got a crop that's not growing right, I start researching and figuring out why. It's got bugs, lack of fertilizer, wrong fertilizer. And, we've seen so many changes here with our habitat. I've had 3 geese hatched out of the barn out on our irrigation pond, the little ones, and had turkeys on the farm most all winter. We could go out there right now and probably find 60 to 100 head elk on my farm. They eat a lot, but they taste good. So you start looking at the solution. Why to mandate and dictate some land use issues that really don't get to the problem? You've got to raise a crop, and this is deer, and there's so much involvement with people with their dogs and bicycles and hiking trails and off-road vehicles. People documented, chasing deer. That's not healthy for them. And I find many arguments here tonight about why the deer population reproduction is so poor because of the harassment by the cougars and all. And this is the same argument that the cattle people in Eastern Oregon are sharing, reproduction and nervous and documentation of weight loss. And obviously, we've got a lot of cougars, and whose numbers are right. I really fault Fish and Wildlife for not dealing with their problem. They regulate, they mandate, and we get numbers about how few deer we have, but we don't get any truthful numbers about how many cougars we have. And, the coyotes get their share. We raise some sheep, and in the last 10 days, we've lost 5 lambs to coyotes. And there's been the trappers taken 15 in the last short time, and we got a neighbor that's killed quite a few. So, the numbers, you can look in the Oregon Hunter.
I think we're actually out of time. We just had the timer go off.
I heard.
Thank you very much.
But according to the Oregon Hunters, there's now more than 7,000 estimated cougars. So whose numbers are right? We need some facts.
Thank you.
On deck, we'll have Mark Stockamp.
Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Ben Gordon. I want to be fully transparent and disclose everything, which I appreciate the commissioners also doing. My name is Ben Gordon. I'm the executive director of Central Oregon Land Watch, with the mission to defend and plan for Central Oregon's livable future. However, that's not the capacity that I am in here tonight to speak to you. I am also a resident of Deschutes County who cares about deer and people. I sit in front of you tonight to ask that you recommend that, I sit in front of you tonight to ask that you recommend protections for mule deer habitat that are at least as strong as the current wildlife area combining zone standards, protect habitat function first and foremost, and that Deschutes County work with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to make sure any exemptions will support habitat need. I'm going to go off script here a little bit. I think something that is important and I want to point out is that I want to remind the Planning Commission that you're really focused on what is within your purview. You've heard a lot about how cougars are part of the cause leading to mortality of deer. It goes on from there. And there are certainly a lot of other ways in which, as members of a community that care about mule deer, we could participate meaningfully in ensuring the well-being of deer. But I want to remind the Planning Commission tonight that what is before you is whether or not to recommend adoption of the overlay. And so I encourage you to keep a singular focus on that. I'd also like to address you as volunteers. So I greatly admire the conviction that you each hold and have to your civic duty, and I appreciate that at times it can feel like a thankless job. Who knows, maybe you find yourself wondering, what did you even show up for tonight, in the face of feeling like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I think you get my meaning. You've heard from a great many constituents on this mule deer overlay matter. Something that seems so simple: find out what the science and the data say about necessary minimums to ensure our mule deer have functional habitat, and balance this with the social and economic considerations that must be weighed against the needs of mule deer, and strike a balance that doesn't unduly jeopardize the well-being of our human or wild kin. Well, when you boil it down to that decision, which remains simple, you are striking this balance by recommending adoption of the overlay. As you review the submissions into the record, please remain focused on striking this balance and do not be swayed by misinformation, potentially vitriol, and unreasonable demands that are not really within your purview that could take you out of a clear headspace. Instead, appreciate that adopting the new mule deer overlay that is at least as strong as current wildlife area combining zone standards, protects habitat function first and foremost, and is worked on in concert with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to ensure any exemptions still support habitat needs, is the best way to balance the needs of mule deer and people. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Good timing.
On deck, we'll have Will Kuhn.
All right. Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Mark Stockamp, and I live at 60204 Navajo Road, Bend, Oregon. I want to see a thriving mule deer population in Central Oregon, but I'm opposed to the current proposed amendments and expanded mule deer combining zone. My primary concern with the amendments are they singularly focus on habitat fragmentation and alteration as the solution for sustaining and increasing the mule deer population in Central Oregon. And ODFW has no evidence to show they will effectively help mule deer. The ODFW's mule deer mortality pie chart acknowledges the following key stressors contribute to over 90% of known mule deer mortality: predation 32%, illegal harvest and poaching 22%, legal harvest 20%, and roadkill 18%. I understand that habitat alteration and fragmentation can play a contributing role in these key stressors, but how much positive impact can be expected for the mule deer population if the proposed amendments only address habitat alteration and fragmentation? In the first public hearing, Commissioner Altman asked Andrew Welch a good question. Are there examples of areas in Western states that have adopted land use rules and seen an increase in mule deer population? Mr. Welch replied, I think Oregon is one of the strongest land use systems in the country. There's research out there of other Western states about mule deer and subdivision sprawl and the fragmenting of habitat, but Oregon is not unique in that sense. I am not aware of any published research that specifically shows this because there are many other factors going on in the landscape, end quote. I would like to draw to Mr. Welch's, ODFW's, and just the general public's attention to how Colorado Parks and Wildlife is successfully increasing Colorado's mule deer population through a multiple solutions approach called the West Slope Mule Deer Strategy. In 2014, Colorado faced a declining mule deer population, and they turned to the public for help identifying 7 strategic priorities to rehabilitate the mule deer population. Those 7 priorities are landscape scale habitat management, predator management, protect habitat and limit development impacts, reduce impacts of highways, reduce impacts of human recreation, doe harvest management, and monitor disease in elk range causing potential negative impacts. The multiple solutions approach in Colorado is working. Since its implementation in 2014, Colorado's estimated mule deer population has increased from 390,000 to 420,000, last stated in 2022. Mr. Welch stated in the public info sessions the declining mule deer population is not due to one thing. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and there's no silver bullet for solving the mule deer decline population in Central Oregon. Then why is the ODFW solely focused on creating more land use regulations and limitations for Deschutes County landowners, specifically rural landowners? The proposed amendments are a draft. It's difficult to have confidence in ODFW's single solution mindset because they have no evidence or hypothesis how it will help the mule deer population. I urge the Planning Commission to reject the current proposed amendments and request ODFW to compile more data for a multiple solutions approach that addresses all major stressors causing mule deer mortality across the state. With more data on these stressors, we can have more evidence and confidence in strategic priorities that will positively sustain and increase Central Oregon's mule deer population. And I don't think these are unreasonable requests that Ben Gordon just said. We just want more research to have a better solution for the mule deer. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right, we'll have Tracy Boyer followed by Ed Putnam on deck.
Is Mr. Kuhn still here? So he had actually indicated to me earlier that he was wanting to let someone else have his time. So maybe
Julie Howland on deck.
so we'll just move on. Yeah, I don't see him either. Yeah,
So am I up?
you're up.
Great, thank you. My name's Ed Putnam, 1530 Northwest Saginaw Bend. I'm a hunter. And I am in favor of all things mule deer. We all know that mule deer have been in decline, and we know there's a multitude of reasons why. But that's not a reason not to do what you can do. We all know that mule deer are not we're not going to zone our way back into healthy mule deer herds, but you can do this thing. You can't do anything about cougars. You can't do anything about the number of people moving into Central Oregon and the increased amount of traffic. You can't do anything about most of the problems facing our public lands that are affecting mule deer declines, but you can do something. And it was Theodore Roosevelt said something like, do the right. The best thing you can do is do the right thing. The second best thing you can do is do the wrong thing. The worst thing you can do is do nothing. And so I would encourage you to, even if this proposal isn't perfect, let's move forward on that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
On deck, Mark Lobhort.
It's your turn.
Hi, my name is Julie Howland. We're neighbors. I live at 1591 Northwest Saginaw, on the south side of Aubrey Butte. I'm here tonight to, like many have been, to urge you to do 2 things: wholeheartly support moving the new overlay zone, and to urge you to make sure the protections in this overlay are strong enough to positively impact the species. of mule deer. I moved here to Central Oregon, like so many others, the climate, the landscape, proximity to wildlife and wild spaces. I love that in 10 to 15 minutes of my house, I can be out there. I was out there just 4 or 5 days ago and riding toward Bull Springs. It is open now. I'm not one of the recreationalists who will cross into those zones when it's not. And as I was riding along, looking at the scenery, all of a sudden I heard a noise, turned, and there was a huge herd of mule deer, 25 maybe. I don't know if that's huge because I haven't been here, but it was the biggest one I'd seen. They were startled. I was startled. I stopped as they bounded off and just watched them in awe. That's why I live here. 2 days later, I was back out. It wasn't the mule deer, but it was a coyote. This isn't just about mule deer. It's about a lot of animals. Like many people, I totally get why people want to live on the edge. They want to have that view of the mountains and they want to have that in their backyard. And even in my short 5 years, oh my gosh, I cannot believe how the edge has changed in that amount of time. And I've heard people talk about all these other things and the don't do anything because this isn't inclusive. I agree with it's not inclusive. Don't do anything. I absolutely don't agree with. It's going to take years to get a multi-use plan. Do I hope we go there? Do I hope you support going there? Absolutely. But by the time 5 years go by, the amount of fragmentation that's going to occur, that is going to be even a greater issue and harder on people and harder on landowners. I think of when I moved here and I've been on the conservation side a long time. I did some really stupid things. Wanted to protect a plant from deer. I put that nice black bird netting on it. Guess where I saw my netting? Around the antlers. I was appalled. Thank goodness that deer's around our neighborhood and it was gone in 2 days. Not the deer was gone. The netting was gone out of the antlers. People make mistakes. I heard another woman talk and say, you know, we probably put in the wrong fencing. Having overlays that help us know, because so many people are moving in here, having those overlays are critically important. Your step in this is critically important. It is not the only step. Forest Service, recreationists, including me, we all have steps to take, but please just don't take no step because there's other steps. Take this one and push the work forward. We need our mule deer. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
On deck, John Fisher.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for 3 hours of attention tonight. I appreciate that very much. My name is Mark Labhart. I live at 431 West Hope Avenue in Sisters. I'm a previous Tillamook County Commissioner where I had the privilege of serving for 12 years. I currently sit on the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Commission, where I've served there for 4 years. I'm going to be speaking for myself tonight. The Goal 5 process grants you discretion on how strongly or weakly you may protect wildlife habitat. In 2021, the Board of Commissioners directed staff to update the comprehensive plan to address the new mule deer winter range inventory. The 2023 inventory covers 88,000 acres roughly, with 82,000 acres of non-federal land regulated by Deschutes County. The land use described the findings of fact. Documents generated a high level of public activity, noise, and findings of fact that document generally a high level of public activity, noise, and habitat alteration, which in turn can impact large geographic areas and alter the acres of valuable wildlife habitat. Game species will avoid these areas, which results in reduced overall habitat effectiveness of these critical habitats. As we know, mule deer in Central Oregon have declined significantly in the last decade. There are many reasons for this decline, one being habitat loss and human impacts. That is in your purview. Cougars, wolves, all the things that others mentioned tonight, that's in my purview as a Fish and Wildlife Commissioner. You are land use. That's your purview. You don't deal with wolves or cougars. That's the commission under state law. The county's EC analysis leads you to one of 3 choices: preserve the resource, allow proposed uses that conflict with the resource, or strike a balance. And balance between the resource and conflicting uses. County's analysis concludes, in my opinion, that option 3, striking a balance, is the appropriate way for this Goal 5 resource when balancing what you are required to balance: economic, social, environmental, and energy needs. If you decide otherwise, it's my belief that staff will have to rewrite the EC analysis and change the findings to fit private property rights narrative. Why do I say this? The EC analysis is well done and factual. It clearly identifies the importance of maintaining mule deer winter range habitat functions. The winter range is critical for deer survival during the winter months. See the latest migration maps, which I've handed out to you. Hopefully you've got those. They kind of show where the migration routes are in Tillamook County. That's up-to-date information. See the latest map provided on wildlife collisions, which I've provided you on the second page. And as you can see, the dark purple areas demonstrate where we see the highest, which is from 2010 to 2021, the highest wildlife collision per 5 miles is in Deschutes County. So those deer are migrating back and forth from summer to winter, winter to summer. In summary, I believe the county has done a good job in justifying the proposed amendments and believe they are consistent with statewide planning goals. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for volunteering your service to the citizens of Deschutes County.
Thanks very much.
On deck, we're gonna have a Dina Fielder. Could be way off.
Hi guys, I'm John Fisher. I'm not a biologist or anything. I'm a structural engineer here in town. And I also serve as chair of the Old Bend Neighborhood Association Board right here in downtown. And one thing we talk a lot about in our neighborhood association meetings is our common vision for the best future of our neighborhood and our city and our region. And we disagree about a lot of things, but among us, there's really no stronger consensus than that regarding the preservation of the surrounding natural habitat, which makes the beautiful backdrop of our home region. The Old Bend Neighborhood Association Board motioned that I convey the following statement. We support expanding the critical habitat overlay zone for mule deer based on the data-driven recommendations provided. Personally, I moved here from Southern California back in 2006 when they still noticed the license plates. And I grew up in a suburb on the edge of a canyon. And I remember as a kid seeing deer in my backyard and just the magic of it. And my mom's annoyance when they would eat our tulips. By the time I was in high school, development had hemmed in the whole canyon in our region and we lost all of the deer. Kids in that city now have to go hours to share wild places with wild deer. And when I first came to Deschutes County, I just fell in love with the natural environment. And you guys all know it's changed a lot since then. And we're all part of it. And I believe we have the responsibility to choose that it changes in ways that align with our common values. I don't want to be the one to have to tell my kids that we lost the deer in Deschutes County because we didn't listen to the data. So for that, I just encourage you to continue supporting this habitat overlay. Thank you.
Thanks.
On deck, Courtney Carlson.
Hey, good evening. I'm Dina Fiddler, like Fiddler on the Roof. That's okay. And you can contact me at fiddlercattleco@gmail.com. I am the president for the Tri-County Cattlewomen. We are a grassroots organization residing in Deschutes, Jefferson, and Crook counties. I have 6 members that are affected by this proposal. Great citizens, good people that care about the land. They care about agriculture. They care about their animals. They do care about the mule deer. I would like to say I've noticed, and I was here last time with the cattlemen's president, and he spoke regarding the one testicled bucks and the problems with the reproduction of the bucks and the disease. And the disease that was provided by ODF&W was an EHB disease. And it appears as though if that was really what the disease was, that's actually blue tongue and not a testicle issue. So maybe ODF&W could address that later. But they also stated the huge problem, it would be the predators in the area for the mule deer. We were told that there were 8 wolves in Deschutes County on the 23rd. And last week, it appears as though, according to the local news, that we now have 16. I interviewed with their county commissioners, or applied with the county commissioners to interview, and was chosen to interview for the Wolf Decomposition Committee, which would reimburse ranchers for attacks. They also stated that there were more than 8 wolves in the area. I do feel like those numbers are not transparent, they're inaccurate. Furthermore, obviously the cougar issue goes from 6,000 to 6,500 to 7,000. That's also an inaccurate. I mean, what are the real numbers here? ODF&W has no right to tell people or to have any restrictions on their private land. I think that really actually needs to be what is the issue, and not so much as everybody says mule deer, but everybody else who's actually a property owner or this affects has extreme concerns about ODF&W's input on their private land. So thank you all for your time.
Thanks so much.
Elizabeth Burke on deck.
Thank you for your time. Hi, I'm Courtney Carlson. Email is athingisright@gmail.com. And though I recognize that it's an unpopular opinion in the room, I am in favor of the proposal and remain so. I moved to Bend about 20 years ago when the mule deer population was about twice what it is today. Now I work primarily remotely as a professor of environment and natural resources at the University of Wyoming, and remain a resident of Deschutes County. My wildlife biologist colleagues in Wyoming have garnered something of an international reputation for their understanding of the seasonal movements of ungulates, and in particular, the impact of human disturbance on mule deer. And I want to share an accurate reflection of some of the research coming out of the Rocky Mountain West in the hopes that it can inform our best practices here in Oregon. For decades, the science has been totally clear. Development in previously undisturbed environments tends to coincide with population decline. More recently, through studies of rural landscapes in the Intermountain West, we've come to understand that mule deer that occupy winter ranges where there's infrastructure development have altered patterns of habitat and space use that get linked to lower recruitment rates and reduced abundance. Most of this feels like total common sense. Direct habitat loss through the destruction, degradation, or fragmentation of habitat obviously impacts animals both at the individual and the population level. Hence the drop in the population of muleys since my move to Central Oregon decades ago. But importantly, what my colleagues, in particular Dwinell et al., demonstrated in 2019 is this more comprehensive outlook on how human disturbance affects population dynamics through the particular mechanics of disturbance. What we know now is that direct habitat loss is only part of the story. In one study of animal behavior adjacent to energy development, researchers learned that for every 1% of direct habitat loss resulting from construction of infrastructure across winter range, there is a correspondent and additional 4.6% of indirect loss of habitat. This is resulting from animals who are changing their behavior, avoiding development, and reducing use of forage that's near disturbance. You can set aside a slice of pie, but there's so much more that's part of the story. Functional loss of habitat far exceeds the direct disturbance due to this avoidance response from deer. And these multiplying consequences are the accurate explanation for the population decline that we can see. Simply constraining our footprint isn't going to be enough because everything surrounding that footprint is of consequence too. A proposal as strong or stronger than this one is only one component, in my opinion, of an appropriate conservation strategy. More complete land use plans play an essential role in limiting the population effects that are likely to ensue on winter ranges under mounting development pressure, and private landowners ought to be proud of the role that they can play in contributing to that. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Did you submit the study that you referenced into the written record?
I can submit it into the written record.
If the
I'll happily do so, yeah.
Okay, we'll be determining if the written record will stay open formally in a little while, but
Yeah.
if it does, that would be great.
Thank you.
On deck, Ike McKenzie.
My name is Elizabeth Burke, eburke34@gmail.com. My husband and I are residents in the proposed mule deer overlay. We are in agreement in favor of the overlay. Many issues have been raised tonight. that need to be considered. I agree with that. This is not a perfect proposal, but doing nothing is not an option. Mule deer population has declined. Habitat continues to be reduced as Deschutes County population increases. We have an opportunity now to protect not just the mule deer, but all species that make up the ecosystem in this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And on deck, our final submittal, Susie Hart.
My name is Ike McKenzie. I'm a ranch manager here in your new overlay mule deer area, and I oppose this. I come from a background of landscaping previously, and I've seen the detriment that good intentions can have on the mule deer winter range. I grew up here. My family's been from here for a long time, and I did some work in some small developments such as the Highlands and the tree farm that are outside of this, but were traditionally mule deer winter range. When I was a kid and we would go sledding, there was mule deer there. Those areas, in the name of Firewise, have cleared out all the buckbrush that used to stand there, which was very critical feed. And so you're taking landowners' privileges, such as Sweeney, who was here last time, who would like to build a house on his property. Everyone in this room cares very much for the mule deer, but we're taking away the responsibility of the landowner to do what they see fit to protect and improve mule deer. I would also like to see this proposed overlay not include private land and include more restrictions on public land. I also own 10 acres adjacent to the Philip P. Schneider Wildlife Area in Grant County. That is one of the few areas that is seeing an increased number in mule deer population. They've required shed season closures there. There's no entry allowed into those lands from December 1st to April 15th period. For no reason can you go in there. And that has been as well as fires has been population increase in deer. They're undisturbed, they're left to their natural habitat. We've seen the carrying capacity lift in Central Oregon of what this landscape can hold. And as a result of that, we're seeing what typically would have been migratory deer turn into residential herd deer. We're starting to have chronic waste disease in Oregon, which is new, and we're going to continue to see that more in residential areas rather than migratory, where these deer would expand into larger populations, more disbursement, and the disease is not going to be so prevalent. We see that a lot in whitetails, not as much in mule deer. I think that something needs to be done, and I think this would be a good start, but we're asking too much of the landowners and not enough of the state. We're seeing trail expansions. We're seeing areas that would be migratory mule deer range continued to encroach upon instead of restricted and reduced. But we're putting the burden of that on private landowners, and I'm not sure that's an appropriate way to handle this. I would like to see more done for the mule deer, and the predation needs to be addressed. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thanks very much. All right.
Hi, I'm Susie Hart. My email is eccl520@earthlink.net. I do live in the area of the proposed overlay, specifically in the Tumalo area. I am in favor, as everybody in this room, of protecting the mule deer. I'm undecided yet about whether I support this particular proposal for all these ordinances. I am concerned that a large number of people that have testified have only read the ordinances and they have not read the EC findings. That becomes pretty clear when they testify. So I hope that you, as the Planning Commission, have really read that in great detail. There's a couple of things I'd like to have clarified about the EC report, and I would hope that would happen before your deliberations, and certainly before I submit any specific oral or written testimony. One of the things is that there seems to be some unusual weighting to positive economic benefits of single-family dwellings that I don't understand, particularly in the energy area. And then on page 60 of the findings, where it should say, it should have a comment for single-family dwellings in terms of environmental impact. It just has a repeat of the findings of the social impact, which I think was on the previous pages, the previous table. So anyway, and there is some language that is very difficult to understand, and I won't go into that at this point, but some clarification of the EC findings, and the hope that you guys have all read it so that you know which people that have testified didn't read it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. On that note, we do want to give an opportunity to Corey Heath from ODFW to respond to, there was at least one question directly for you. And then also there were a few other things that were sort of indirect questions. If you'd like, basically, if you'd like to respond to anything that was said, whether it was stated as a direct question or not, please come on up and share what you would like to.
Yeah, Chair Curis, members of the commission, my name is Corey Heath. I'm the Deschutes Watershed Manager for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, based here in Bend at 61374 Peril Road, Bend, Oregon, 97702. So I'm here, Andrew's out of town this week at meetings, so I'm filling in for him tonight, and I'm here basically to answer questions, from the commission and or if any arose from the testimony. The specific question I heard on the EHD blue tongue. So there is a virus, a family of viruses. They're hemorrhagic diseases. Blue tongue and EHD are very closely related. They're caused by a biting gnat when water sources dry up. The gnat breeds along the mud along the edge. They bite deer develop EHD or blue tongue. Most of the time, the deer die from the disease. There's no cure for it, but there is a few deer that do survive the disease. And that's what, some of the folks last week and this week have referred to. It kind of manifests itself in, these deformed antlers, the inability for them to shed their velvet, deformed testicles. And we do believe that those deer do not breed, or they're sterile at that point. But it's a very small portion of the population that's involved in that. So the other kind of common theme that I heard tonight and last week is that folks want to see a multi-pronged approach. As you heard in some previous testimony, this is kind of the portion of that multi-pronged approach that's under the purview of the county. You guys have the ability to regulate land use, you and the Board of County Commissioners. We're acting in an advisory capacity to that. But in addition, the Department of Fish and Wildlife is working with a variety of entities, the Department of Transportation on the roadkill issue. Central Oregon has the first underpasses in the entire state of Oregon. As a result of that effort, there are more underpasses going in. There are more feasibility studies, both on 97 South and Highway 20 West, looking at that issue. In terms of poaching, OSP has added additional troopers. They've added an additional dog, enforcement dog, canine unit. There are special investigative units. There's a statewide anti-poaching campaign that was added in the last legislative session. There's a statewide prosecutor now dedicated to that. So in terms of predation, there's been a lot of discussion of predation. We don't have the authority, as some people may or may not know, we don't have the authority to bring back hound hunting for predators, for mountain lions and bears. That was passed by a ballot initiative many years ago. It's now in state statute. Our commission can't reverse that. So it has to be done either by the legislature or an additional ballot initiative. In terms of cougar management, as a result of that ballot initiative, we have seen an increase in cougars, significant increase, almost a doubling of the population. We have, since that time, we have implemented a statewide cougar season year-round. It starts January 1, it goes through December 31st. There are the potential to buy two different cougar tags in the state. In addition, a cougar tag comes with the sports pack in the state. So anybody that buys a sports pack gets a cougar tag. The cougar tag fee was reduced from $51 down to, I think it's $16.50 now. It also as a result of that effort to get more tags in people's hands. In 2022, we check in every known cougar that's harvested or dies in the state that we or the public get their hands on. We checked in 422 cougars in the state of Oregon in 2022. 236 of those were taken by hunting, and then the balance of those were taken by other causes, or found dead, or roadkill or whatever. So there is a significant cougar mortality in the state, but as has been said, the cougar population is roughly 6,500 cats right now. It's a small small proportion of the overall population. But what it has seemed to do the last few years, our modeling efforts has showed that the cougar population has roughly stabilized in the state. It's not increasing like it was for many years there. So I guess I just wanted to address the other thing that we can talk about is the state is undergoing a mule deer plan revision, which will also address a lot of these concerns in the state. So the current plan is 3 chapters in right now, so it's kind of in the early stages, but we expect in the next year or so that plan will be finalized, public input, and taken to the commission for adoption. So that plan will address a lot of these other issues and activities to address a lot of these other issues. But again, the reason that there's a single issue in front of you and the board, and perhaps the Board of County Commissioners, is because this is what falls under your purview, not a lot of these other issues.
So just to clarify, I think I'm understanding, would it be accurate to say that you consider this one prong of like what we're doing right now is a one prong of what you see as a many pronged?
Absolutely. So, habitat is the key to basically, all life on this planet, regardless of what you are, you have to have good quality habitat, whether you're, human or a mule deer or, a cougar or whatever. Good quality wildlife habitat is the key to healthy populations. An individual mentioned earlier tonight, talking about, the drought and nutrition and things like that. That is exactly correct. We've measured some things. In the Murders Creek unit, which is a unit that was also mentioned earlier tonight, mule deer populations are doing okay in that unit. In 2022, in our capture efforts in that unit, we measured 10.1% body fat on adult doe mule deer. For a population to mean, and that's a good nutritional unit right now in the state, at least as far as we can tell. For a population to maintain stable, you should see a mean body fat composition of 12.5%. So 2.5% doesn't sound like a lot, but it is significant when you're talking about does that are trying to give birth to fawns, whether it's a single or twin. When you see body fat levels higher, you see higher rates of twinning, you see higher rates of fawn survival, you see higher rates of adult doe survival, all of those things. When animals are in poor body condition, and all this relates back to habitat, which is what we're talking about here tonight. When mule deer are in poor body condition, that predisposes them to higher levels of predation, that predisposes them to higher levels of roadkill, disease, all that, just like what humans undergo. When we're stressed, when we're in poor condition, we're more susceptible to bad things happening to us. Same happens with wildlife.
Are there other clarifying questions, Commissioner Allman?
Thank you, Chair. I hope you didn't already answer this while I was typing, so I missed it. But when Chair Kiris was bringing up, she mentioned the multi-pronged approach. And maybe this is already in the public record, I'm not sure. Does ODF&W have a predicted population estimate if the zone is adopted or is not adopted for the next period of time? Like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Have you done any modeling that says in this time period, if this zone and these amendments are adopted, we expect the population to increase by X percent. And if it's not adopted, we either don't expect the population to increase or we expect it to decrease?
Chair Altman, no, we have not done any modeling like that. I don't really know of any modeling or models that exist that one could use to predict those types of outcomes.
Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, I was reading through the 2006 and the 2017 cougar management plans. And in addressing mule deer habitat, both of those plans, both those dates indicated that the habitat in this zone's management zone C, that the habitat was stable to improving. So how does your comment coincide or address the fact that you just said is habitat's critical when it says habitat's actually improving?
Well, yeah, Chair Cyrus, yeah, my comment was that all habitat is critical to all species, to all life. You have to have a good habitat to raise wildlife populations. We all know, and many other folks testifying already have brought up all the other impacts that we've seen here in Central Oregon since 2006 and the 80s and 90s. With increased human population, increased traffic, increased, everything that impacts mule deer. So a lot has changed on the landscape, in the last, however long that is, 15 years or, whatever it is. So follow up.
Go ahead.
Also, in taking a look at the population data that was shown at the public meeting, it indicated that the overall Central or Deschutes County management area was down as far as deer numbers, but that included the Paulina unit, which was off 75% against the Upper Deschutes and Metolius, which actually are showing increases in deer numbers. And I guess back to the question is there an indication that if we impose these restrictions, that it's actually in light of the fact that this only affects less than 10%, is there any indication that will actually help the deer numbers?
So a couple of things on your first comment. So yes, the Paulina unit is at about 25% of its management objective right now, and that unit has declined significantly. The Metolius unit has been up and down through the years. I mean, it's really gone up and down. It was down around, I think, don't quote me exactly, but I think it was at 54% of MO. This last survey period, it bounced back up to around 70%. The very first time the Upper Deschutes unit was inventoried using this new methodology that we're using was this last inventory season when it was done in conjunction with Metolius. So we don't have a lot to compare the Upper Deschutes to. The Upper Deschutes unit, that winter range is a very small portion of the North Upper Deschutes unit. 2/3 of the Upper Deschutes unit in the southern 2/3, that's kind of a different population. Those are deer that move east, and that's excluded from that population estimate. So it's hard to make broad conclusions about that population estimate there in the Upper Deschutes, at least relative to what it's been doing. In terms of whether this will make a difference, I guess I would revert back to my kind of opening remark in that deer have to have good quality habitat. Deer are not, mule deer are not little elk. Their stomachs are different. They're a quarter of the size of an elk stomach. They are dependent on very high quality nutrition for parturition, for lactation, for all of those things. So the basis to start the recovery of a population is to have a good habitat base.
Thank you. Did you have another question?
If I might, yeah, you just brought up a whole nother issue with regard to the elk. Andrew shared some data that the elk numbers are actually improving in the area, increasing significantly. And I've seen some studies that indicate that the elk and the deer are not compatible in the same winter habitat. And in fact, the elk displace the deer. Is some of the deer problem related to the elk numbers increasing?
Yeah, I've seen, all that literature also, and, been around a lot of places. And, we have deer populations exhibiting the same population declines where we have no elk. And the same in other Western states also. We have deer populations declining where there are elk and lots of elk, and where there are moderate numbers of elk. So there's not a strong correlation. I won't say there's no relationship everywhere between elk numbers and mule deer numbers, but it's not a direct correlation everywhere. When you have high elk numbers, you have low mule deer numbers. We've had high mule deer numbers in the past with high elk numbers in the same unit that we don't have now. So
I was going to say the Starkey study was an interesting one.
A lot of interesting aspects to that one.
Right. Are there other clarifying questions? Pardon?
Ready for orders of the day. Let's move on.
Okay. So we still have an opportunity for staff to respond to the question. There was at least one question for staff regarding the EC analysis. So
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams.
And I'm just going to say, Bob from Tumalo, I know I don't have his name written down correctly. He mentioned something about a couple of more studies. Are there other studies going on right now that maybe we're not aware of?
Commissioner Williams, I need a little bit more information to answer that accurately. We have additional studies going on mule deer survival. We're doing additional elk studies right now too. We're starting. We kind of completed a very, very large collaring effort on mule deer and doing a big herd range analysis. And we're now entering into an effort similar to that for elk, Rocky Mountain elk on the east side. So I need a little bit more information to know specifically what studies you're asking about.
Vice Chair Hofkamp has a quick question as well, and then I think we will move on to our next set of questions for staff.
Yeah, just a quick one for you, Mr. Heath. Thank you for being here. Thanks to your staff for being here previously. Appreciate your expertise on wildlife issues generally and mule deer in particular. Particularly appreciate comments that you just made in regards to the really central importance of habitat, that there are a variety of factors that contribute to increased mortality, decreased natality. Some of them are disease. Predation is a factor in there, but that those causes are not isolated. They have complex interactions, and that at their root is habitat and the centrality, the importance of quality habitat, especially winter range habitat. I heard a number of times in public testimony previously and tonight the contention, something to the effect that we've had a wildlife overlay zone for some time, and yet we continue to see declines in deer herds. So why should we add additional habitat protections? To me, that's a head scratcher of comment, but I want to give you the opportunity again, please, to respond to that in as general or as specific a way as you care to, and stress the importance of habitat, most especially winter range, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Hofkamp, good question. Good comments. It's a difficult answer. We have a variety of land ownerships on winter range in Central Oregon. We have winter range that's on U.S. Forest Service ground, managed by the Deschutes National Forest. It's considered management area 7 in their plan. We work with the Deschutes all the time to try and minimize impacts to mule deer from a variety of impacts, on that MA7 habitat, that winter range habitat on federal ground. We do the same with the BLM. But we all know what's happening in Deschutes County and in Central Oregon, with recreation and all of that. A lot of that habitat, decades ago, when the initial comp plan was developed, not all of the biological winter range was included in that. Everybody knew that. Everybody recognized that at the time. It was a compromise. And we tried to make a lot of that work on public land, and it has worked to some extent. But with the rate of development that we're seeing in Central Oregon, this additional winter range, the additional biological winter range that was not adopted decades ago, is becoming more and more important to the life history of deer. It's always been important, but now we're seeing all these additional pressures on it.
Thank you very much.
I have one quick follow-up if that's possible.
Yes,
Just
we
one.
should get all our questions answered now because we're gonna,
That was all I was,
yeah, it's just, if it's a question, but you guys have each made statements now, so let's just everyone watch the statements and just go to the questions.
okay. The comments have been about, there's been a lot of comments about the increased public use of public lands. How much of that, how much of a problem is that for the deer in those areas? BLM, OHV trails in the migration corridors, increased public trails. How much of that is creating some of the problem for these deer?
Commissioner Cyrus, it's a significant problem. We comment all the time. We work with our partners in the Forest Service and the BLM, the public landowners. I would say the majority of our comments to those agencies right now on their projects are related to the impacts of disturbance and recreational use. There is no question that that's a significant use or a significant impact to mule deer. The problem with mule deer, unlike elk or unlike pronghorn, things like that are more mobile, they're a little bit more plastic in how they utilize the landscape. Mule deer have a very strong fidelity to a winter range, to a migration corridor, and to a summer range. If that's disrupted, those deer don't exist anymore. They don't move somewhere else to a different habitat. They don't say, oh, I bet 10 miles over there, the pastures are all greener. That's not how a deer thinks. They just cease to exist anymore. Elk herds will move, pronghorn will move, deer die.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay.
I could ask more.
Well, so this, in all seriousness, this is the time, because we're about to vote on what to do with the oral record. So if you have questions, the oral record and the written record. So, now would be the time to ask any oral questions that anyone has, even though I know it's getting late and we all do want to move on. The only thing I just want to caution everybody against is that we can't phrase our questions as statements about what we think right now. That's not what we're doing. We're just, if there's something that you don't understand and you want Corey's information about, that's what we need to do.
It's related to his recent state.
Perfect.
I guess the question is there any efforts or whatever to limit public access, activities, trails, etc., in the public lands in order to help protect the deer? As you stated, it's a significant problem. What are the other agencies, BLM, Forest Service, et cetera, doing to help protect the deer?
Yeah, Commissioner Cyrus, I can't speak for the other agencies. I can speak for ours. And whenever a BLM or Forest Service project comes up, whether it's a trails project or a fuels project or, whatever it is, we comment to them on it. And if recreation is an impact, we work with our biologists, we work with our staff to try and minimize the impacts of that recreation on the wildlife resource. We also, ODFW is also has a seat on the Deschutes Forest Collaborative. The Forest Collaborative is working hard also with the Deschutes National Forest to try and minimize the impacts of fragmentation and recreation on the resource. And there are trail groups on the collaborative also. So there's a lot of things going on a lot of fronts. People and this, I couldn't say this 10 years ago, but people are recognizing, I mean, look at the interest in the room here and the great testimony you guys have heard. People are interested in mule deer and they understand there's a problem. It's not going to take one single thing that's going to fix this problem. It's going to take all of us, working together to try and solve what's going on with mule deer, and other species. So
I'm good.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry. I don't want to discourage anyone from asking questions now, since this is important and we got to get our info. So
No, I mean, that's great information because
Yeah.
that was my personal research came up with a similar conclusion and I wanted to verify what he's.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I got another one. So to follow up on that,
Okay.
since we're interrogating here.
But we're not interrogating, but this is okay to ask questions and also avoid making any statements.
So a question for you, Mr. Heath. Now I might have this wrong, but is it the case that ODF&W's management units statewide overlap public and private lands, in that it's not that your management of wildlife extends up to the border of public lands and ends, but that your management units overlay public and private, and that you work as a routine matter in collaboration with public land management agencies like the Forest Service and the BLM. Am I right in that?
yeah, Commissioner Hovkamp, absolutely, you're correct. We have, I don't know the exact number. I think 76 maybe wildlife management units in the state. And as you might suspect, there's a variety of land ownerships in those, from on one extreme, almost all private, to on the other extreme, a high percentage of public. So we work not only with the federal or the public entities, on their properties to enhance or minimize the impacts to wildlife, depending on the project. And we also work on private lands a lot. We have a lot of private land programs to assist landowners, to aid landowners in habitat management and population management on their lands. Here in Eastern Oregon, we just allocated, and this has been going on for years, another $1.5 million through the Mule Deer Initiative process to work solely on private lands, or almost solely on private lands on the east side of the state, to enhance mule deer habitat. That's in addition to a lot of other programs that we have to enhance habitat on private lands.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Tanya, can you come up to address the question regarding easy analysis? Just one.
Do more.
No. And I assume you took probably pretty good notes on the question.
Well, we'll see. So I mean, I'll just address the easy in general. It's definitely it's a complicated tool, and it is a tool that we are meant to use, and it's prescribed by the Oregon Administrative Rule. I encourage people to focus. It works hand in hand with the proposed zoning. So if the Planning Commission and the board decides that one particular use is of such importance, it trumps everything else, we value this 700 times more than we value the deer, then that will also track with the EC. The EC will change to reflect that. So in other words, I think it's about choices, and those dials will be turned as the amendments are revised, and the EZ will kind of follow up with that. So I'm sure there might be some scores that people disagree with or don't understand, and those are meant as a starting point to reflect where we first placed these values and the way we first set the zoning. So in other words, the decisions to limit were based on just us trying to kind of land it in the middle, in a neutral ground, to be a starting point. I know that sounds like word salad, but they go hand in hand together. And I would focus more on what the desired outcomes are for the particular uses, whether that's single family homes or solar farms or what have you. And the EC sort of is that backup information. It works in a cyclical way. And it's imperfect, and it is somewhat subjective, because ultimately the Board of County Commissioners decides on those values. They're weighing those values against each other. Whether it's a 9 or an 8, we are choosing a number. We don't have to do it that way. We can write the EC, I think, technically, just in a narrative format if we wanted to, but because it's so vast and there's so many uses and there's so many kind of matrices upon matrices, that's the way we chose to do it. So it is very flexible. It can be unsatisfying in that sense. And I get it because we struggled with it a lot, but I would just encourage focusing on the actual outcome of the potential zoning rather than the individual scores. That's what I would just say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we'll now move on to our next thing in this process, which is going to be to decide what to do with the record. Our options are, as usual, continue the hearing to a date certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, and close the hearing and commence deliberations now, which I'm highly not in favor of. So a couple notes about our schedule, in case anyone's wondering. I spoke with Peter briefly earlier. It seems we don't have any items on our agenda for May 11th. And I'm not so sure about May 25th, if we have any items yet for May 25th. Yes, no. And
Maybe some comprehensive plan things.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Community Development Director. There are May 11th is completely open. Staff does not have any other agenda items to bring to your attention. The same is for May 25th. And so what we talked about during your break briefly, to the extent just to offered as an option, is one approach could be closing the oral record tonight, keep the written record open for 2 weeks to May 12th at 4 p.m. And it would put the Planning Commission in a position to commence deliberation on May 25th. That would be the only agenda item for that evening. And I certainly don't anticipate that one meeting for deliberations is going to allow you to go through all of the substantive issues that have been raised, that various conflicting uses. So it puts you in a position to start deliberations on May 25th and then move into June, where you have 2 scheduled meetings. Ultimately is your choice, but that was just one option for the commission to consider this evening.
are there other questions to clarify to Peter, Commissioner Williams?
So if we did that, I believe May 11th then would allow for Nicole and the 2040 plan. I thought I saw that on our agenda, knowing we would not get to it today.
We've coordinated, the planning staff has coordinated the next check-in pertaining to the comprehensive plan isn't until late June or in July, in part because of this particular topic. And just where, for those that are interested, a plug for the comprehensive plan update, Plan 2040, there's been a series of open houses and public engagement, and staff is now distilling what's been received, and we'll be checking back in with the Planning Commission as it pertains to potential updates to goals and policies, but that is not forthcoming.
Okay. Is there a motion for the what to do with the record? Is it?
I'm not going to be here on the 25th, so I won't be able to Zoom in.
Anticipate.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Crawford?
just to get my mind kind of clear on this. So my understanding from what Peter said was that we have nothing currently are scheduled on our May 11 schedule.
Correct. That's yes.
Does that mean then if we move this to the 25th, that we would not be meeting on the 11th?
I think that's what that would mean, unless
Correct.
we don't know what we're doing with our last agenda item tonight that we haven't gotten to yet. So, I mean, it just depends on what people want to do.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cyrus?
Yeah, I would move that we close the public hearing and extend the written record until our next meeting, which is, I believe, the 11th. And deliberate on the following meeting, which would be the 25th.
Okay, just to clarify, you're saying close the oral hearing. I think you said the public hearing, but I think
The oral, close the oral tonight, extend the written record for 2 more or till the next meeting.
leave the written record open until 5:11. And deliberate on 5:25.
Correct.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? There's no second. Okay, so is there another motion? Anyone got a better idea?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Crawford,
I'm not sure it's a better idea. I move that we close the oral hearing and leave the written open until end of business on Friday, May 5, and commence deliberations on May 11.
okay, is there a second? Oh, sorry, close the oral hearing, leaving the written record open until the end of business on May 5th, commence deliberations on 5:11.
Can staff offer a comment,
Certainly.
Madam Chair?
Okay,
We just want to bring to your attention that typically your packets are sent out a week prior. And so any testimony that is submitted between, I guess, May 4th or May 5th would not necessarily be encapsulated in the deliberative memo. And in which case, as long as the planning commission understands that and is reviewing the entire record, staff can be prepared to orally distill what came in late on May 4th or May 5th. But I just want to be clear in terms of what will ultimately be prepared for your materials for deliberation as currently proposed for May 11th.
Commissioner Crawford, do you want to restate the motion, or do you want to leave it as it is?
Are you asking for a restatement? What are you looking for?
Kind of, yeah, just to expedite things. I mean, he's saying that, I guess it could work either way, so maybe it's, yeah.
If it would change anything, we could go to written comments until May 4th. I mean, I would not be opposed to that. And I don't know if that would give staff enough time to get the information out. I'm also not opposed to getting a condensed version on the evening.
I mean, the written records are going not to the written testimony is not going to our packet, it's going to the website, so we need to look on the website anyway.
That's correct.
Yeah. So in some ways, it seems like it'd be fine either way.
Correct.
Okay, so you're the maker of the motion.
I'm still fine with leaving it as of close of business on Friday, May 5.
Okay, then we'll just stick with that. So the motion is close the oral hearing tonight, leave the written record open to the end of business on 5/5, and then deliberate on 5/11. And now we're looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay. So it's now been moved and seconded. I'm not going to read it again. Commissioner Crawford, do you want to say a few words about this motion?
Try and make this few as possible. I think I personally would like to go ahead and start talking about this issue. We've been at it for a month. I think we've gotten well over 100 pieces of information that we can address. I also was just kind of hearing that maybe that we were going to have some commissioners that might not be available on the 25th. And I think it is critical that we have as many commissioners available to discuss this, if at all possible. So and everybody knows that I'm not a waiter. I don't like to wait to do things. I like to get them done. So I would be in favor of this motion that I made.
Okay. Is there anyone who opposes the motion that would like to comment on why they oppose it?
I'd love to.
Commissioner Cyrus.
First of all, we still have deliberation of a work plan. It's already on the agenda for tonight, and I'm thinking that the late hour we're getting to, it's a little late to start that process. is why I was thinking of pushing that until our next meeting. And that given the vast amount of information that we've got, both testimony, studies, documents, that the total amount of input we've already got, plus what may or may not come in after the comments that were made tonight. I'm not in favor of rushing the process. And we have time on both of our next two meetings. I'm not in favor of rushing both closing the record or rushing to deliberation when we don't have sufficient time to get it all put together.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak either in favor or oppose the motion? Commissioner Altman?
Sorry, I'm so tired. My opposition would be that contrary to what Commissioner Cyrus says, I would actually be in favor of closing the written record by end of day on Monday. I feel like this public hearing has gone on for a really long time. And we've had a lot of public testimony in writing and in person and over Zoom. And I feel like there's been a lot of time for people to get their comments in. So I would like to get it done sooner. I will not be here on the 25th. I would like the opportunity to participate in the deliberations, and I can't speak for Commissioner Hoofkamp, but we've put a lot of our own time and energy into this. And I think it's only fair to the other people who have given their time and energy to have a full board to represent all of the discussion.
So
those were a lot of words.
Are you in favor of the motion or opposed?
I'm opposed because I would want the close of written record to be sooner by the end of day on Monday.
Okay.
This coming Monday.
Sort of like you're saying you like the deliberation happening on the 11th, but you would like to see the written record closed even sooner than.
Correct, because I think that would give staff more time to be prepared.
Okay. I understand.
That's
That makes sense. Okay, Commissioner Williams.
I am in agreement with Commissioner Altman in the respect that the compilation of any new written testimony, the staff will be better able to say we had this on this side and this on this side. If we have it coming in after our packets are done, we might not capture all that information. And even though we may capture less information, I have read every single written comment on the website through about 2:00 this afternoon, and I will continue to do so up until the cutoff of that date. So I will give it my full attention.
Okay. Vice Chair Hoofkamp, do you have any comments before we vote on the motion? Oh, okay. Commissioner Crawford, yeah.
Comments.
Yeah.
And I'm not totally opposed to the Monday thing, but that's only given staff, community members 2 days. They got tomorrow and Monday, and that's it. But I'm not, that's a fairly short timeline for them to put that in.
And they can email over the weekend, as that's been the absolute majority of the commenting that the comments that I read was emails versus like maybe something faxed in, something like that.
Okay, that's also a good point.
I would not oppose an amendment to go to Monday.
Okay, should we let's just do, it's your motion, so if you want to vote on an amendment to it, that would be fine. Is it a friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment.
Okay.
May 1, Monday, close of business.
Okay, okay.
No comment.
Okay.
Oh, I'll second that amendment if you need a second. If that.
Okay.
Appreciate the second.
Friendly amendment thing confuses me because it says one thing in the book and then it says, anyway. Okay. So now the motion reads, close the oral hearing tonight, leave the written record open until the end of business on May 1st. Commence deliberations on May 11th. So we'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Williams, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Cyrus.
Go ahead and vote aye.
Okay, Commissioner Altman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hoofkamp.
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford.
Are we voting on just the amendment?
I thought it was a friendly amendment.
Okay, friendly amendment. I vote aye.
Okay. I'm also in favor of this, so I will vote yes. So it is unanimous that we will close the oral hearing tonight. leaving the written record open until the end of business on May 1st and commence deliberations on May 11th. All right, so now we move to our next item on the agenda. Draft Planning Division Work Plan for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. Again, if commissioners wish to change this item on the agenda for any reason at all, the process for that would be to rescind the previous motion. And then we would require a 2/3 of our entire body. So that would be 4 of us would have to vote for rescinding the motion.
I so move.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we rescind our previous motion to discuss the draft planning division work plan for our fiscal year. Is there any debate on the motion? No.
Sure. I just, and I don't really care what night we debate or deliberate on it, whether it's the 25th and maybe, in deference to Commissioner Altman, unless she has we're going to have meetings on both. I don't care which we move this topic to. I just think that it's a little late to be starting that process tonight.
Yep. Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote, unless anyone else wants to say anything. Okay. Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Cyrus?
Aye.
Commissioner Altman?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hofkamp?
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford? And me, I'll vote yes. So again, another unanimous passing of the motion. So the previous motion has been rescinded, and I will now entertain a motion of when to schedule deliberations for the draft planning division work plan for fiscal year 2024. Would anyone like to make a motion on when to reschedule this?
I move that we reschedule it to May 25th.
Can
Okay.
staff offer a comment?
Yes, staff can offer a comment.
Deadline.
If I may, the Board of County Commissioners hearing is slated for May 31st.
Okay.
What I would respectfully offer is a motion that allows it for consideration for deliberation on May 11th. I would put it first. I'm not anticipating a lot of time being spent on the work plan, not to say that there aren't substantive work projects on it. It's just this year there are several, like the mule deer inventory, that are represent multi-year work projects. I can envision conceptually that the deliberations could take approximately 30 minutes. And then it allows you to focus on what I think is far more substantive, given the hearings that you've had over the last 2 meetings, to focus the rest of that meeting on the mule deer inventory. And then you certainly may find that deliberation needs to extend into May 25th and possibly into June. Knowing what the Planning Commission's thoughts are on the 11th as it pertains to the work plan just puts me in a better position to express it to the board. The board's work session is scheduled for May 15th. I have no problem verbalizing what those comments might be on the 15th, but it puts me in a bit of a more challenging position if you push it to the 25th.
Okay. So, Commissioner Williams, do you still want to move? Okay, go ahead and.
Friendly amendment?
It hasn't even been seconded yet.
I move that we move the work plan deliberation to May 11th.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we move the work plan deliberation to May 11th.
And I do this so that we can keep the wheels on the bus rolling.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote on this? Okay, so Commissioner Williams, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Cyrus?
Aye.
Commissioner Altman?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hofkamp?
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford?
Aye.
And I'll vote yes. So the motion passes. The work plan deliberation will be scheduled for May 11th, 2023. Okay, now we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, staff comments. Peter, do you have any comments?
Very quickly, 30 seconds. Wednesday, the Board of County Commissioners appointed Kelsey Carson to the Tumalo area position on the Planning Commission. That's effective July 1st. The Tumalo area position reflects the vacancy that will occur when Commissioner Crawford's second-year term expires on June 30th. I have a work session memo for the board on Monday as it pertains to the second vacancy that's going to occur when Commissioner Kirby second-year term expires on June 30th. I'm looking for direction from the board in terms of how they want to approach that vacancy. And I'll be able to give you an update at your next meeting about what that direction is accordingly. But I'll keep it short and sweet. But for now, there's been an appointment for Kelsey Carson and for the Tumalo area, which is, as the commission knows, there was genuine testimony over the last 12 to 15 months to have representation in Tumalo, and that's now occurred.
Okay. Tanya, anything? Okay. Commissioner Williams, any comments? Commissioner Cyrus?
Great meeting tonight. I appreciate everybody's cooperation.
Okay. Commissioner Altman?
Ditto, you did a really good job tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to staff. So everybody over there, thank you.
Vice Chair Hovkamp.
Commissioner Altman said it. Wonderful job tonight, Chair. It's a really charged and lengthy hearing, complex maneuvering with technology, and then followed up with some motions here and kind of juggling the calendar. Really, really excellent job. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Commissioner Crawford?
Just one comment that I've been mulling over the last few days, and this is directed at staff, and this is not to be construed as negative, but I do miss the field trips we used to take to see what was going on in the county. I mean, I realize COVID and stuff maybe put that on the kibosh, but I thought those were, to me, were very valuable. We get this committee moving on, that if those could be reinstated someplace, that'd be a good thing.
Duly noted.
Maybe we could have a send-off for Commissioners Crawford and Kirby.
I mean, I would enjoy that. We'll discuss that. Yeah.
Send off.
And pie.
Cake you
Yeah.
want, so we can have cake.
That's fair. Okay, great. So it's now 9:33 and I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting.